Welcome one, welcome all. It's been a little while, hasn't it? It always is. It always is. I'm away for a good while, and then something brings me back. Usually an election of sorts, and it's a big one. It's a very big one we've got today. It's the local elections, but that's not just local councils and councillors. We've got mayors, we've got police and crime commissioners. In London, they've got the London Assembly, they've got the London Mayor, and there's a hell of a lot more at stake than just the individual elections that are going on today as well, because the fallout of it is going to be very interesting. We need to see how things go for Rishi Sunak. You know, there's been murmurings in the air that potentially, if things go particularly badly, this would be the point that Tory MPs would attempt to try and oust him or plot a coup against him or whatever. I really have no strong feeling on how likely that is to happen, or indeed how likely that is to succeed. But it makes enough sense to me that if there's any point in time between now and the general election, likely to be held in the autumn, but it has been suggested it could be in the summer. We'll get onto that as well. If there is any point in time between now and the general election when such a move could be made, it would most definitely be the fallout of some rather disastrous local election results. So we will be getting into all that soon enough. I've got two guests here waiting in the wings as well. We've got John Cooper and Dan Hill. So I think a Labour member who isn't too fond of the Labour Party and a Tory member who isn't too fond of the Tory Party. Actually, no. Did Dan leave the Tories? I'll have to ask him when we speak to him. But anyway, people out there in the chat, make yourselves known. Lee Hallam says, hi, Swiss. Hello there, Lee. What other comments did we have? We had John Cooper saying hi. Lee Ball saying how many aren't even getting counted until tomorrow afternoon. Cameron Hickman says, don't worry, Captain Swiss is doing 4 pints of semi-skimmed milk. So on to Lee Ball's question. A fair few. I had a look at an article which Mr. James Fielding kindly sent me the other day that kind of had expected results times for all these different contests, and it's going to be pretty staggered. We're going to get some tonight. We're going to get some on Friday. There may well even be some that we don't get until Saturday. So this is going to be, for any wrestling fans out there, you know, WrestleMania's across 2 nights now. And that's how it's going to be. We're up tonight. We can talk about things and the expectations. We can stay up to get the first lot of results. I've described it as a smattering of results I'll get to see with you guys. Regrettably, I have a job I have to go to in the morning, and I start at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So I'm probably only going to be able to do this until maybe like 1 in the morning or so at a push. We'll see how I get on and how sprightly I think I'll be feeling in the morning. But I will be picking up the rest of this obviously later on Friday and indeed Saturday and until we get to the end as well. Oh, the parliamentary by-election. Thank you very much, Callum. Parliamentary by-election is the big one tonight. Well, there we are. That is the marker. That is the thing that we need to. I didn't even mention that in the introduction. We've got so many elections today. Lucky us. That is going to be the big one that we want to stay up for to get the result for tonight. Then I don't think I can allow myself to go to sleep until we've got the result of the parliamentary by-election. Just wait until it takes until about 3 a.m. for that to come in. But yes, Blackpool. Blue Guy says the big Swiss cheese is back. Lee Ball says, watch out for the expectation management to come. How many Tories will be claiming 500 so they can call 450 a small win? This is speaking of how many losses of councillors. I saw an interesting comparison there that I'll need to look up the figures because it's no point quoting to bum figures. But basically, there was a BBC article kind of suggesting, how bad would a bad night be? And the markers that they were rating it against were going, well, this is how many councillors the Tories lost at the last lot of locals. This is the most councillors that Labour have ever lost ever in a set of locals. And this is the most councillors that the Tories have ever lost ever in a set of locals. And those were the 3 things that we were judging it against. So at the very least, you get a little read of the room in a way where you go, okay, then what's the situation for the Tories going into these local elections? Well, the ballpark that we're looking at for how they're going to do is, will they lose as many seats as they did last time, or will they beat either of the historic losses that themselves or Labour have suffered in the past? That's the area we're at, and that's most certainly goes into the mid-hundreds. Cameron Hickman says, Swish, you missed Galloway's sensational return to Parliament. Oh, yes. Galloway's back, boys and girls. Did I not cover that for the No, I must have covered the results of the by-election, surely. I've lost track. I probably didn't know, but I didn't stream on the channel talking about Galloway being in Parliament at the very least. Lee Hallam says the Conservatives are struggling to find candidates up here. Half the wards in by... Oh, we'll see. Columba, surely it's the home counties we need to be watching. Blue Guy says still 15 minutes to vote, boys. Get out there now if you haven't. Right. Anyway, it's about time I bring in some guests. I've been rambling along for 5 minutes already. So it's very nice to see so many of you here. 17 of you watching at the moment. And who knows, often when we do these election streams, sometimes we pull in a few new viewers, some new blood for the channel. So we shall see. I will bring in our guests. We have Mr. John Cooper and Mr.
Hello,
Dan Hill. There, guys.
Hello.
I'm honoured to be here as Side Chatter of the Year.
I need to see if I'm having a problem here with my headset.
I must admit, I'm a bit surprised I won the guest streamer, but we're not really here to talk about that. We're here to talk about locals.
Guys, can you hear John? Or is it just me who can't hear John?
Hello?
Here.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Do you want me to leave and rejoin, Swiss?
Bear with me.
Do you want me to leave and rejoin, Swiss?
I don't know what's going on now. Can't hear him.
Okay, yeah, we can't hear you, Swiss. Can't hear you. Hold on, I'll leave and then rejoin.
I think Swiss is currently trying to figure out what his headset situation is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you. I'm having some trouble on my end. My headphones, for whatever reason,
Okay.
They weren't playing me any audio, which this has totally killed the stream this early on, having such horrible technical.
Sorry about that, Swiss. But anyway, I was just making a joke about how I'm the side guest of the year, or some side chat of the year, which I'm a bit surprised by, but nevertheless. But it's like we're not really here to talk about that. We're here to talk about locals.
It was going so well, and then we joined.
Oh, yes, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Will you indulge me? I'm just going to do one more attempt to try and get this working. At the very least, the polls haven't closed yet, so if there's any time we can waste, it's now.
I will let you know, Swiss. I am preparing. Hold on, he's busy.
No, it's right. I'll just say, you two, you can talk amongst yourselves because keep the chat entertained while I'm just trying to figure out my end of it. And dear viewers, go get yourselves drinks, beverages, toilet breaks, what have you. Now's the time.
So how have you been, Dan? I've been canvassing all day.
Hello?
No,
I've just been at work today. No, I haven't canvassed for sort of 12 months now.
All right. Fair enough.
I've voted.
I've been just canvassing all day. For the most part. Sorry, go on.
No, go on. Yeah, I voted about 8:30, 9 o'clock, about 8:30ish.
Okay. Well, I just pretty much took in the day off.
In Cheshire.
Oh, okay. Well, I've mostly just taken the day off so I can canvass all day, which for the most part was positive. Though I ended up knocking on one door where the guy said, "You're not supposed to knock on election day," and it's like, well, I was trying to say, well, yeah, I'm supposed to, but he was like, but then just shut the door off me anyway. But yeah, it's like
Can you guys hear me? Can I just ask quickly?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, let me just explain the situation then. Just quickly, sorry, bear with me. Okay, so my microphone is working, my earphones are not. So I'm going to have to talk into the microphone on this headset, and listen to you guys coming out of the speaker on the laptop. The problem is that the noise cancelling qualities of listening to it through earphones is no longer working. So I hope that we're not going to get any feedback with Mike picking up the sound of you guys talking. The viewers will have to tell me that.
Okay.
But there we go.
Yeah, I should let you know, Swift. I am sort of heading off to like my local's verification because I was invited to see it and all that. So yeah, I have no idea if I'm allowed to. Sorry, what?
I was going to say which count is it that you're going to then?
My local council, in North Hearts.
Okie doke. And
yeah.
What's the expectation around that neck of the woods?
From what I can tell, it's Labour Lib Dem Council, Labour in the lead. Let's see, Labour there has been trying to get like a majority there, of course, if we can, because that local election has changed from like let's see, a third every year to now everyone once every 4 years, like a parliament term.
Yeah.
So there's been a bit more effort to try and make sure we get a majority for like that will last for like the 4 years. From what I can tell. Sorry, what?
Sorry, it seems we've got a slight time delay as well. This is all going great today. When is it that you're going off to the verification then?
It should be from 10 to 1, so in a sense I'm running a bit late. So I am sort of going to be, let's see, I'll probably just chat a bit while getting there. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to stream join the stream while there because, it's verification of elections, but I might at very least do comment in the streams at the very least and listen in. But if I end up leaving before like 1 or let's see, I rejoin when you're still on here, I will do so. But for the moment, I'm just giving a little chat. I don't think it matters if I'm a little bit late, but yeah. But yeah,
right,
that's what I'm just doing.
What I'm going to do then, I'm going to say a quick hello to Dan because I've not really spoken to him yet, but then I will come back to you to make use of you being here while we've still got you. Oh, and hang on. Sorry, Dan, to ignore you, but we have a super chat in the chat from Mr. James Fielding, who gives 10 British sterling pounds and says, "Good luck tonight, Captain Swiss. Can't watch much as I'm working, but good luck streaming." Thank you very much, James. Much appreciated. And hopefully you'll be able to catch up at some later point if you want. Dan.
Half a Freddo, that 10 quid these days.
Well, yeah. I couldn't quite remember when I was doing the introduction at the beginning of the stream. Are you still a Tory member or did you quit the Tories?
I am not a Tory member. I quit when Rishi did his conference speech last year and he cancelled HS2.
That was it. I couldn't fully remember, but I remembered something about you talking about quitting. So, because when I did the introduction, I said there was Mr. John Cooper who was like a Labour member who isn't always that keen on Labour, and Dan, a Tory who's not always that keen on the Tories. But you're not actually a Tory anymore, technically.
Big C, no. I still consider myself little C.
Okay.
But today was the closest I ever came to voting Labour, and then. Because I had an election for Police and Crime Commissioner candidate in Cheshire. I forgot to vote in Manchester in my other address, and I would have probably voted for Andy Burnham. But the Labour candidate in Cheshire for Police and Crime was a Change UK MEP candidate in 2019. So he's a pro-EU individual, and I just couldn't do it in the end, so I voted for the Tory.
Even with Police and Crime Commissioner not pertaining too closely to EU matters, you just kind of went, no. Sorry, I don't care what your views are on the law. Change UK.
I was stood outside, like on the other side of the road of the church, on my phone, like going through like his Twitter, like deciding whether I could vote for him.
How many tweets by Femi has he retweeted? Let's have a
Well, I nominated. I was one of the nominators for the Tory Police and Crime Commissioner candidate for Cheshire as well.
So you
Which
had to-
isn't my proudest moment because there has been a big scandal actually recently. But yeah,
I'll just ask you. So was it? Is it just the PCC that you voted in this time round?
yeah. For my address in Cheshire, yes, I could have voted in Stockport Council elections in my ward, which is Norbury, and I could have voted for Greater Manchester Mayor, but I forgot to do my postal vote, so I didn't do it in the end.
Okie doke. Let me just ask John as well. Which elections were happening in your area?
The local elections, which I said have sort of changed a little bit here, so I ended up getting 2 councils to vote for, 2 or 3 councils to vote for, and the Police Crime Commissioner, which of Gritty, Hertfordshire. Now, granted, I don't expect the Police Crime Commissioner to go to Hertford to like Labour, but it would either go to like the Tories or Lib Dems. But given the fact that the Tories are expected to get a battering tonight, I expect it will be to be a Lib Dem Police Crime Commissioner for Hertfordshire.
Gotcha. And for my own votes today, I got the triple whammy. I got councillors, I got police and crime commissioner, I got mayor of North Tyneside as well. So I was
No
chuffed.
county councillor?
Sorry?
No county council?
No, I don't think so. But I went out there only thinking that I'd be voting for the mayor of North Tyneside. So you can imagine I was chuffed to be given 3 little slips of paper to put an X on instead.
Yeah.
And I'll get into this shortly, actually, because I've got a bit of stuff to say about it. But my votes were split between either Labour or independent candidates. That's how I ended up going this time round.
I pretty much voted all Labour because, well, technically I'm a member of Labour, so I'm obligated to vote them. But also because I know all of the candidates in Labour personally, because I've canvassed with them for years.
What is that? You got to show that loyalty, haven't you? Shall I have a little look at some of our comments in the chat here, just so we're not ignoring the dear viewers, because they're a part of this experience as much as any of the rest of us. Let me see. Lee Ball's on form already today. He says, big one in my vicinity, not penis, sadly. West Midlands mayor looking close, really wants streets, but changed to first past the post may scupper that. That's an interesting thing that he's got into there, because there's 2 Tory mayors, Andy Street and Ben Houchen, I think they are, yes. Who it seems very sort of knife edge whether or not they'll hold on to it. But also, I think within their campaigns, they very deliberately sort of distance themselves from Rishi Sunak, and I think actually both accepted endorsements or published letters from like Boris Johnson in the last couple of days as well.
Yeah, I believe they've got one of them is only 2 points ahead in the last poll against their Labour candidate, and the other one, I think the Labour's in the lead. But yeah, they pretty much just treated themselves as separate from the parties, which is arguably going to be the only way they're going to actually win, because, well, the Tories are a complete and utter disaster.
I've been chatting to people on Teesside, some activists, Tory activists on Teesside. They're very confident that Ben Houchen's going to win. They think he might get more than 50% of the vote. And I've been chatting to activists in the West Midlands, and it is that they think Andy Street will just lose. Which is, from my perspective, a shame, because I quite like Andy Street. But yeah, I won't be surprised if we see a Ben Houchen relatively comfortable win, 5 points or more, and then an Andy Street loss by about 2-3 points maybe, and then Sadiq Khan wins by like 10. Okay,
I mean, I can certainly say that I'm pretty confident in Sadiq Khan retaining, because everything's pointing to that one. But you're saying you think Ben Houchen will keep it, but Andy Street will probably lose it by a slim amount.
I wouldn't be surprised if like Andy Street holds it, and it'd be a great win for Rishi and the Tories if he does. But I think it's like a 30% chance they hold it. But I'd be really shocked if the Tories lose all 3 and Houchen loses. And lose the by it's not good.
If they do, I think that'll probably be calls for like some of the Tory rebels to try and oust Sunak, because if they're expected to lose like maybe 500 councils or 400. So if they do that, lose all the mayors and the by-election, that might just be enough for the Tory rebels to try and oust Sunak. Also, another thing to note, Swiss, that this is the first mayoral elections and police crime commissioner elections where it'll be done by first past the post, because there used to be AV elections or single transferable vote, I believe.
Okay. I hadn't actually been aware of that. So you told me something that I didn't know there. So they've changed the voting system for the PCCs and the mayors.
Yeah. The Tories did that after losing a few mayor elections due to AV, I think.
The whole point was basically to win, hold West Midlands and win London, get a good candidate in London and do that. But as we can all see, the candidate for the Tories in London is absolutely amazing, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with her.
As always, they always pick the best quality candidate.
In many ways, it's kind of like how their voter ID thing backfired more on them because it affected their voter base more thoroughly. In fact, I think I even heard reports today that Boris Johnson wasn't allowed to go into his voting booth because he forgot he didn't bring any voter ID.
I'd heard that, but I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know if it was just one of them random fake stories that goes around on polling day, or whether there was any truth to it or not. Do you have any sort of clarification on that?
There was a rumor he showed up to the polling station with an envelope with his name and address on to try and prove that he lived there. I think it's just him trying to get
me to know the mind of what Boris Johnson's trying to do. There's probably some idea behind it, but I don't.
It's just attention seeking.
But I think there was at least another Tory MP that also had that story. It might have been Boris, but at the very least, someone from the Tory party did not get to vote because they forgot to bring ID.
Apparently, Boris went home, got it, and he did vote in the end, but he had to go home in Oxfordshire.
Okay. Oh yes, in SNP news, Kate Forbes is not standing for leader, and John Sweeney is. So it's likely him that's going to be the next leader of the SNP after Youssef's debacle with the Greens and resignation.
Are you en route to your count verification because your audio started to get a bit choppy? All of a sudden.
Yeah, it is. Sorry about that, Swiss.
That's all right. It was just about okay, but if it gets too bad, I'll let you know. Okay.
Okay.
There's one thing in the chat that I wanted to pick up on because this was something that I was going to mention earlier. NANA had said North East Mayor between Labour and Independent Jamie Driscoll is apparently neck and neck. Blue Guy adds, really hope Jamie Driscoll wins North East. This pertains to where I live. This was one of the contests that I voted in. And the backstory to it, from what I understand, is that Jamie Driscoll was elected as the North Tyneside mayor, as a Labour mayor, back when he first got in, but he was not selected by the party to be able to stand again, despite being the incumbent. So he resigned from the party and then decided that he was going to stand as an independent. Now, I don't know the ins and outs. If anyone in the chat knows a bit better, you tell me. But the impression that I've got is that perhaps he's a little bit too left-wing for the Starmer-esque Labour Party to want to be putting forwards, and that's why maybe he didn't get the He didn't get.
Yeah, I think he was in the. I think if you're talking about that Labour mayor, I think he was in the Corbyn faction, so they tried to dismiss him.
So it's kind of the position he's going for is actually different to what. So he was mayor of North of the Tyne, and this one he's running for now that they wouldn't select him for, wouldn't let him be on the shortlist, is North East Mayoral Combined Authority. So I think so. This includes like the one he's running for now is like County Durham, Northumberland, and Tyneside, basically.
So just so I understand, then, so is this an expanded constituency, or is this a different race altogether?
So he was mayor of North of the Tyne,
yeah,
but the one he's running for now is like expanded. It's much bigger. And it's
right. I see. So what they've done is they've taken the area that he previously was mayor for, added in some more areas, and now it's one for a larger. Larger. Okay, right. I understand. Thank you.
And then obviously he's a bit more left wing. So Starmer's crew tried to kick him out.
Well, I can tell you that my household have all voted today, and all 3 of us have voted for Jamie Driscoll for mayor.
That's good.
For my part, I quite like the general story of elected as a Labour mayor, not selected by the party to run again, so says "F you, I'll stand again anyway." And I just had this, approximate understanding that he's on a bit of a lefty on the party, and I thought, you know what, I'm probably going to begrudgingly give Labour my vote in the general election. I might as well have a little bit of fun and give Starmer a bloody nose on the way there and say,
Have a
I'll have
little
Jamie
protest.
Driscoll as mayor.
Have a little protest, Swiss. That's what it is.
Yeah. But what I was going to say, so in my household, 3 of us voted, and we've all, as far as the other contests go, we've all voted different shades of some of us Labour, some of us Independent, some of us Green, what have you. But I think the only contest where we all voted exactly the same way was the mayoral contest for Jamie Driscoll. So, and anecdotally, I was told that he's had campaigners out for him in pretty heavy numbers in Newcastle today. So if people in the chat are saying, "Oh, apparently it's neck and neck and it could go either way," I can believe that, to be honest with you, around here, because it's admittedly a very limited pool of people I've got. It's not a good sample size, but from the incredibly small sample size I do have, he's won the contest in 1 house in the northeast at least.
Yeah, just
if anything, sorry, can I just quickly say,
Yeah.
if anything, if he ends up winning it, and this will be the first independent former Labour person to beat a mayoral candidate for Labour since I think Ken Livingstone in like the first London mayor elections.
I think it's healthy for that to happen every now and then, just to show that people can defy the parties and still end up getting in.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, Blue Guy mentioned, which I forgot, is the technical reason why they said that Driscoll should have been kicked out of Labour is he interviewed Ken Loach. Obviously, Ken Loach was suspended from Labour for alleged anti-Semitism.
I see.
It's something to do with making films in the northeast and like the film industry in the northeast, and that's why his office interviewed him and Driscoll interviewed Ken Loach, and that's why he got suspended and kicked out.
The bastard.
Okay, that seems like such a minor issue to me.
I've noticed, by the way, we are now past 10 o'clock. I missed being able to mark that the polls have now closed, which means, I suppose, as far as the rules of broadcasting go, even though I don't think we pertain to them being a fairly small YouTube channel, we can now report on events of the day and say things that influence people's vote in the election.
Before you do that, Swiss, I'm just about to head towards the verification place. So I'm just going to say a few things before I sort of mute myself or sign off. I think there's been I'm not sure when you want to tackle it, but there's been a new YouGov poll with the Tories on 18%. So that's, I think, their lowest poll since Liz Truss there, or even lower. And also, I think I'm not sure if you heard this.
Just to add to that, John, that poll that had the Tories on 18%, I think it had Reform UK on 15%, so not far behind.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I'm not sure if you might have heard it before, but I think in terms of the SNP leadership, after Yusuf botched it with the Greens and then was forced to resign, Kate Forbes is not standing. I think John Swinney is, so it's likely he's going to be the new SNP leader. And First Minister of Scotland.
I'm wearing my SNP yellow today to mark the occasion, even though I completely forgot to mention the SNP in the stream so far.
Yeah. So, I just thought I'd say that. But, I'm just about heading to the location of verification. So, I'm just going to mute myself for the time being. If I can join later, I will. But for now, I'm just going to mute myself and maybe sign off. So, I'll chat to you later, Swiss.
All right, no problem, John.
Catch you later.
Well, guys, as they say, when God closes a door, he opens a window. As Mr. Cooper leaves us, we have internet celebrity Election Maps UK popping up here in the chat saying, "Hello all, hope you're doing well, Swiss. Nice to make my once yearly appearance. We love to mark the annual appearance of Election Maps UK, long-time friend of the channel. Moved on to bigger heights and greater successes than your dear old Captain Swiss, we may have to admit. But nonetheless, yes, Election Maps does incredibly good work, and I use them as a very valuable source when I'm looking at all things to do with polling, elections, predictions, and whatnot. You can follow them on Twitter. Goodness knows the mainstream media uses them enough these days as well. So nice to see you there. Dan, shall we have a look at this by-election that's happening tonight?
Yes.
Right.
Let me just grab a drink so I can.
No problem. It's Blackpool, isn't it?
Blackpool.
Let me just bring this up and I'll screen share it. So Blackpool South by-election. Let's see what. See, look, we've got an absolute feast, a democratic feast going on today, guys. We've got so much to enjoy. NA adds that YouGov poll was Conservatives 18%, Labour 44%, Lib Dems 10, SNP 2, Greens 8, and Reform UK 15.
That's quite fascinating, actually, because in the Liz Truss days, that would have been Reform on 5 and Labour on 54, rather than Labour on 44 and Reform on 15.
It's interesting in a lot of ways. What you point out, obviously, the surge of Reform UK and how a number of voters have gone there in the time since Trash. Liz Trash. Have you? I'm getting sidetracked here. Have you bought her book or read it? Or...
I listened to a bit of it on Spotify. I think I lasted about 6-7 minutes, and I couldn't do it.
You know what? As a treat for the viewers, I might see if I can find. I say treat for the viewers very lightly here, but I might see if I can find like a free chapter or a few pages that have been put online, and we could do a little reading while we wait for some results to come in. But yeah, no, it's very not least that, but looking at the YouGov poll, and again, usual caveats, it's a single poll, blah blah blah. But the wider picture amongst many pollsters isn't that far dissimilar. You've got Labour on over double the expected vote share of the Tories. It's not even that Labour are over 20 points ahead, even though they're 26 points ahead in that poll, but double the Tories' vote share there. That only puts them on 36. 36%,
2.5 times
is still quite a gap.
Yeah, if Labour were on 45, it would actually be 2.5 times, because then 36 to 45 would be 9. So it's nearly 2.5 times the Tory vote.
Wow. Do you expect that in the wake of these locals, if Reform managed to capitalise, or God, could you imagine if Farage comes back? Because I've heard enough rumours about whether
a lot
or
of that in last week. Yeah.
I think it's quite possible that we could begin to see the odd poll here and there that actually places Reform above the Tories.
It's
considering they're only 3 points apart in this poll. I wouldn't say it's impossible.
I think these next 2 days of results are the flashpoint, because winning leads to winning in politics, and losing leads to losing. And if the Tories are able to win the West Midlands and Teesside and do better than expected in Blackpool and better than expected in London, momentum is with Rishi, and then people will think, oh, he's not that bad, or I'm not going to switch from Tory to Reform, he's recovering it. But if everything goes really bad tonight and the next couple of days, and he loses all the mayor ones he's supposed to win, like Teesside, and then in the next week, let's say he loses all those, next week, Reform will probably, in the next week or two, Reform will overtake the Tories in the polls. And then you are like peak confidence letter situation, and then Tories will just dip further and further, and Reform will hit like 20 odd points, and it's all over, game's over, party's dead, and oldest political and successful political party in the Western Europe will collapse.
It's going to be an interesting few months.
Yeah,
a few weeks for that matter. I'm genuinely quite. This is the thing. In a way, it feels a total foregone conclusion. Next general election happens, whenever it happens, Labour are getting in. That much just seems to be pinned on at this point. But the whole turmoil and story with Rishi and Tories and Reform UK and all the rest of it, of what events happen as we get to that point in time, that's all very interesting to see.
It's whether this is going to be 97 or Wipeout or something in between. And then anything better than 97 is a miracle. Yeah, I just think the thing with Rishi is he's not a great personality, and he's very smarmy and off-putty.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's not much you can do anyway.
I think about the way that I viewed Rishi back when he was Chancellor, and I'm trying to wonder, is it that I hadn't seen as much of him back then? Is it that he had a better management of his public image then? Is it that, I'm trying to figure out how my perception of him changed that much. But I suppose the difference is when you're Chancellor, I just kind of see you every now and then when COVID's happening, telling us about furlough packages and stuff. And I go, oh yeah, Rishi's the money man. He's sorting everyone out. And then once he's Prime Minister, you get to see him proper under the microscope, Prime Minister's questions, Tory party conference, all of that sort of stuff. It's a different ballpark, isn't it?
I think just him announcing stuff behind the podium on the telly at 6 o'clock and then taking some questions from journalists over Zoom during a pandemic and just answering on the thing is when you're Chancellor, that obviously that was his only brief. He does not need, he wouldn't, if he's next to Boris during a press conference on COVID, he only has to answer the economic questions. He does not have to take full responsibility for any of the health questions or the NHS or foreign policy or anything like that. And his headspace was clearly in the economic zone where he did the furlough, which was incredibly successful comparative to other countries. And, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. And he could just stand behind a podium and do that for ages. And, until you become Prime Minister and you have to do loads of other stuff. And then you also have to take responsibility for all the other stuff.
And this all took place in the period of time where he had still successfully gaslit the nation into thinking he was about 6'1", 6'2".
Yeah, yeah. What did Angela Rayner call him last week? A pint-sized loser.
I thought that was a bit harsh. I didn't think that was very becoming of Rayner, to be honest.
I think that's well in keeping with her character.
Oh, I'm not saying it's not in keeping with her character. Right. I'm gonna read a few comments in the chat, and then we'll hop on over to this Wikipedia page for the Blackpool South by-election and talk about that a little bit. So where do I want to pick up from? Lee Hallam says, when Truss was dropped, Reform jumped 2 points. It was swapping Braverman for Cameron that kicked Reform's rise off. NA says, scratch that. 15th of Feb was the last time the Tories polled over 27%. Lee adds, rumours are Farage announcement is imminent. I mean, that would really top off these local elections if
there was
Reform UK at the end.
There was a Mirror article about a day or two ago where friends of Farage have told the Mirror basically he's coming back to lead the Reform campaign and fight a seat in the parliamentary election. Now, obviously these rumours seem quite true, but they were leaked to the Mirror. And I don't know when Nigel Farage's team have ever leaked to the Mirror before. But yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's one of those things that I absolutely would not be surprised if it happened, because Farage has such form for picking his moments when to lead a political party in this country.
No, but it's like you always say, though, that you've said this for a long time. It's not Farage picking. It's us voters pulling him back.
I know. Poor Nige. Poor Nige. The man just wanted to, sail off into his sunset years, host a little GB news show, eat a few worms in the jungle, and the poor man. But I mean, this is the thing, though. If you think about this, if you think about the grand stratagem, In between his time as UKIP leader and when the Brexit Party was launched, I think he spent a period of time hosting an LBC call-in show, right?
Yeah.
Then obviously, Brexit Party comes along, Reform Party, Brexit happens, all of that's history, and then he steps back again, becomes honorary president or whatever. But I feel almost that feels a bit like when Vladimir Putin swapped roles with the prime minister. And
yes.
like in Russia, he spent like one term where he
that is a great guess.
Putin was the prime minister and the other guy was the president, and then they switched back again afterwards. I feel as if there's probably an element of that to Farage being honorary president of Reform. But then in the time since him officially leading Reform, he does GB News. He goes off to I'm a Celebrity in a Jungle. In a jungle? Dear, I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here in the jungle. He's doing the whole sort of continue talking to the base, stay in the public eye, but not necessarily in frontline politics thing, which very much seems the formula that Nigel follows for keeping the ground ready for him to make a comeback if and when.
Yeah, he I think the jungle thing probably did it for him because there was lots of polls around then that sort of his popularity sort of improved and normies sort of were exposed to him a bit more and could sort of detach Nigel Farage in their heads from the Tommy Robinson types, I think. Not
I'm guessing then he had a more successful run of what Matt Hancock attempted to do.
Yes, yeah, I think so. Because I don't remember Hancock being rehabilitating himself that well. I think it went okay for Hancock, but I think Farage did very well overall.
Yeah.
I
think with Hancock, it probably the conclusion I can draw is it didn't change anyone's opinion of him.
Yes.
I think that those who I don't know how many people like him, but those who I've
not met a single person that likes him.
Those who are indifferent are still indifferent. Right, let me do a last few comments here in the chat, and then we will jump over to this by-election. So let me see. When 1997 is looking like the best case for the Tories, it's bad for them. Unless there's an election bounce for the Tories, Labour gets a Borg cube of a majority in Parliament, like 80% plus seats. I love that as a term.
That is great.
Resistance is futile. Leibel says, I suspect Reform may overtake the Tories a few times as people grumble, but will double figures behind them come the general. John Cooper says Reform aren't really standing in many council seats here. Rishi is the type who will go to a coffee shop with vinegar on the tables. Ah, yes. We watched that last year, didn't we?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Oh, man.
That was painful.
Oh, that was painful. Has it been a whole year already? Yeah, Rishi Sunak just going to a cafe, and we totally exposed the fraud of all these apparent members of the public just chatting to him because he was there, sleeves rolled up, coolest guy in the room, smiling at everyone. Right, a few more here. Rishi's problem is that he has no vision. It's why he lost the leadership election. Tories couldn't hold that Brexit Bojo voter coalition together. Leaders irrelevant at this point. The Tories should get rid of Rishi ASAP. Highly unlikely it would be any worse with a new leader. Might as well try. Liebel says pint-sized, barely an individual vacuum pack of UHT. Her neighbours don't seem to like Rayner at either house, says Lee Allen. Right, let me jump into our by-election that we have going on here. What's the deal with this Rayner house stuff? Is she going to come undone from it? If there's a I shouldn't be the sort to say if there's a police investigation into something that necessarily means someone is guilty. We have a presumption of innocence before guilt, but nonetheless, it means that they've got enough grounds to suspect that there could be something quite wrong going on. Is this potentially going to sink her?
But this potentially could, or it's an absolute nothing burger. I'm not too. It kind of just depends on how bothered the police are to either to be seen to doing something, by the letter of the law, or not. If a line has been crossed, but it all depends if she gets arrested, charged, which is probably unlikely, to be honest, but it's not out of the realms of possibility.
I mean, she's said the same thing that Starmer said over the Beergate thing, which is that if she's found to be guilty of anything, then she'll position. So I'm assuming she must have a degree of confidence that nothing will come of this, else she probably wouldn't have said that.
Yeah, she's got to be so confident in her position that she's like being so open that she'd quit if something is found wrong by the police. So my guess is that everything's hunky dory, and she might have missed on some paperwork or whatever, and it's all okay. But you just never know with the police. One force could, say something, and another force could come to a different conclusion. And
well, we'll see. I will leave it in the hands of the police to determine this situation, and I will happily abide by whatever it is that they decide.
Yes.
I'll do a couple more comments here. Lee Ball says, this is the phrase I was looking for. So Tice is Niger's Medvedev. Yes, there we are.
Indeed.
Did I say that right? Medvedev? That was the name I was trying to think of, but yeah, there we are. Yeah. Lee Hallam adds, though, that Farage won't do it before these elections because Reform will not do well. They don't have many candidates. Yeah. Farage owns Reform. He appointed Tice. Taper E says, want to watch Galloway's Workers' Party and his support of anti-establishment left candidates. See Streeting versus Leanne in Ilford. Nige won the jungle just like Nadine Dorries. Oh, don't remind me of Nadine Dorries. Speaking of politicians with books. Anyway, never mind. Let's have a look at this by-election. I've got this up on the screen here. So this is Blackpool South. This is the one that was in the wake of that the MP that was caught in the sting for lobbying.
Yes, yeah.
Scott Benton, suspended for 35 days from the Commons. Right. So there would have been a recall petition, but he resigned in order not to get recalled. Jumps before he was pushed. Basically.
Jump before he was pushed, yeah. Well, he did a Boris, yeah.
Yeah. So let me see. It's Blackpool South had been Labour-held since 1997. Before that election, Conservative MPs had won and represented the constituency since it was first contested in 1945. Oh, right, okay. So it had been solid Tory post-war, but it was one of those that flipped Labour in the 97 landslide. In 2019 general election, it was won by Conservative candidate Scott Benton, who defeated the incumbent Labour MP. Some reporters and pollsters describe the constituency as one of the seats that make up the Red Wall or the Sea Wall. Oh, I've not heard of the Sea Wall before. It's one of the most deprived constituencies in England with high levels of unemployment and crime. Have you ever been to Blackpool?
I've been to Blackpool quite a few times when I was a kid. I had some distant relatives that lived in Blackpool. But the last time I went to Blackpool was in 2016 to see a Star Trek. There was a Star Trek museum they had in Blackpool for visiting.
Oh, that puts Blackpool on the map all of a sudden. I'd go to Blackpool a bit more if there's a Star Trek museum. That's a fun day out for the whole family. I've been to Blackpool a handful of times, and I mean, nothing bad happened to me when I was in Blackpool. But I've got to say, I don't think anyone I've ever spoke to who's visited or lives there feels particularly great about Blackpool.
Blackpool, there's certain areas of Blackpool that is basically the most deprived area in England. So if you look at sort of index of deprivation reports and the most deprived areas of the UK and England, there's basically Blackpool and Glasgow. They're at the top.
Christ. And it used to be quite a vibrant sort of holiday tourist spot way back when.
Yeah, there's photos from the 50s, 60s and 70s, and the beach is, absolutely rammed. And now it's a lot of it is either school kids going to Blackpool Pleasure Beach, or I don't know. It's just not one of those. Yeah, it's needs a bit of leveling up, I say.
Yes, I'll agree with you there. Definitely needs some leveling up. So the whole of Lancashire voted for Brexit in 2016 referendum, with Blackpool registering a particularly strong Leave vote of 67.5%. The corruption allegations, we'll skim over this one. So the Times published an article resulting from a sting operation alleging that Benton was willing to table parliamentary questions, leak documents, and lobby ministers on behalf of gambling companies in return for thousands of pounds per month. He also told the reporters and other MPs would similarly be willing to accept such payments. Benton was subsequently suspended from the Conservative Party, sitting thereafter as an independent MP. Well, good riddance. That's what I can say. I think it's an absolute stain that this sort of stuff still goes on. So it's obviously good that we have things like sting operations, and it's unfortunate, I think, that there's probably a bit of a tip of an iceberg element to it, that this is one of the people who got caught out, but it probably betrays a greater number of people doing this kind of thing anyway. But I'm glad at the very least there's been one example of it that's been brought out into the public, and he's obviously lost his job as a result of it. Good.
Absolutely, yeah. Not a particularly well-liked individual nationally. I think he had some... I looked on his Facebook, though, when he stood down. He had a lot of local support on his Facebook page.
Yeah, I heard that there was a guy called Paddy and a guy called Fred. And, oh, Christ, are there any other gambling companies I could think of? Anyway, right, let's take a look at who have we got running? We have an independent, Reform UK, Liberal Democrats, Monster Raving Loony, Conservative, Alliance for Democracy and Freedom, New Open Non-Political Organised Leadership, Green, and Labour. Right, well, you know what? Let's address them in order, shall we? Independent. You always get an independent running in these things. It's nice to see them. I rarely have any news or views or knowledge of independents running in seats, but there we go. Part of the furniture. We've got Reform UK. Were Reform? The Brexit Party stood in this seat in 2019 and got 6% of the votes. I think we can reasonably expect that they'll get more than that this time round.
Yeah, it's a weird thing by elections, as we always say. But if they're polling at, let's say 15% nationally, 15%, and this is a very, very Brexity, and I'd hate to say it, but anti-woke seats, let's say. To what extent do Reform outperform or underperform the national vote? Because, you'd expect in a general election they outperform their national polling, it being such a Brexity seat. But obviously with a by-election and Reform... I've heard Farage make this argument previously, and it's not a terrible argument. Obviously, Reform's a relatively new party and relatively done well in the polls only in the last sort of 12 months or so. They won't have the ground team, which is quite important in by-elections, to knock on the doors that Labour and the Tories and the Lib Dems will have.
That's a fair point. What would be the bar then that we want to set for saying how well Reform does in this? I do feel that considering that their precursor Brexit Party got 6% of the vote in the last general election, and obviously this is a by-election, not only at a time where Reform are riding high, where the Tories are down low, where the previous Tory MP was in a scandal and all the rest of it. I feel like Reform needs to at least get into double digits for it not to be a poor or bad result at the very least.
Anything less than 15 is a bad result.
Yeah, because 15 is their national polling at the moment. So,
yeah, I think so. As I said, it's like not a great amount of activists probably not a great amount of literature and stuff like that going through doors, but then it's a very Brexity seat. So this I'd say those two can sort of cancel each other out, those two issues. So if they just aim for the national polling of 14, 15%, now if they get over 20, good performance, well done. If they get less than like 11, 12, something's going wrong, and just further evidence of how useless Richard Tice is.
So we can again, sort of based off of where things were at in the seat the last time round, we can expect Reform to come third at least, just because there's no way that the Libs, the Greens, or anyone else are leapfrogging over them. But the question is just how distant a third, or whether in some dream scenario for them they sort of get level pegging with the Tories if the Tories have a really bad night of it. That would be the sort of territory where we'd say that they've had a really good result in this one if they get in punching distance of the Tories or even beat them into second.
Oh, if they get second, if they get second, and like I said with the other results in terms of mayors, Rishi's seat in number 10 is getting it's on fire. If that happens, and
NA makes a fair point here in the chat. 15 was a peak poll for Reform. They are generally polling at around 10 to 13%. Yes,
that's true.
Quite right. As I say, for me, I'm saying that they need to get at least double digits. If it's less than double digits, it's a disappointing result for them.
Yeah.
If they're in 10 to 20, yeah, pretty good. All right, well done. If it's 20 plus and they're sort of on the heels of the Tories, that's a pretty good night for them. Who have we got next? The Liberal Democrats. I don't know. They're going to come fourth or fifth. They're there. Monster Raving Looney, Howling Lord Hope. He's everywhere. So someone in the chat, Frank, had said, "Where is Prince Ankit Love, Emperor of India?" One of our favourite by-election candidates to crop up from time to time. But Howling Lord Hope is pretty much always there as well, isn't he?
He's 81.
Wow, that's Joe Biden levels of old. Although Joe Biden is president, so it's not to say that age should discriminate. We've got the Conservative candidate David Jones. So we're expecting Labour to take this seat. I'm expecting Labour to take this seat. I think it's
just be nuts to think otherwise. I think.
Yeah. So I think it will be. Will it be a close second for the Tories? If it's a close second and it still looks relatively competitive, I suppose that's good for them. If it's a terrible night and they get pushed into third by Reform, not so good.
I didn't really know the guy's name, and I don't know his face until now. I've been sort of not plugged into the Tory campaign there, and this is one of those where I haven't been aware of too many MPs going to campaign in Blackpool, even from the northwest, and it does. What did they get last time? 49.6. Anything above 25 is a win.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. Look. Oh, I mean, looking at those percentages there, it's Labour have overturned majorities hugely higher.
Yeah.
Than this in by-elections in the past year or so. This is nothing really.
Yeah. I mean the size of the constituency seems quite small. Blackpool traditionally has a lower turnout because various issues, deprivation and the sort. Yeah. No, I'm going for I think if the Tories will do well to get 25% of the vote.
Okay, so that being the case, then it does begin to look possible that you could see Reform and the Tories fair. If the Tories do have a bad night, if the Reform do have a good night, it could well be a competition for who's in second or third.
I have not seen Rishi Sunak have a hot sugary donut this campaign. In fact, I've barely seen him at all. But
well, isn't the done thing these days to keep Sunak away from campaigns because no one likes it?
Yes, that is. I have been saying for ages, where is he? Why is he not on the campaign? And it's sort of I had a light bulb moment. They're like, oh, this is on purpose. He is that bad that they are just completely not letting their leader out the basement is a total Joe Biden situation.
Yeah, I mean, when I heard about with Andy Street and Ben Houchen and how neither of them had done any sort of campaigning with Sunak, to my knowledge, but they both bigged up a letter of endorsement from Boris Johnson, the former Prime Minister. It speaks to where things are at, By the way, I just noticed in 2019 Blackpool South, I'd just like to say that I think Gary Coleman did very well to get over 1% of the vote, considering he'd been dead for several years. Good on him.
Many grills sold in Blackpool.
No, that's George Foreman.
Oh,
you racist! That's the George Foreman grill. You think
No,
Gary Coleman's what you talking about, Willis?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm thinking of that Drake and Josh skit where they have the Gary Coleman grill.
Oh, right. My mistake.
I was completely confused. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't. Maybe Gary Coleman did have a. Maybe it was me being the racist for associating only one black celebrity with selling grills and saying there could be no other. Maybe it's me at fault here.
Oh no, yeah, there was no. I don't think he ever did it. I was just thinking of. I've always just got in my head that it was Gary Coleman because of Drake and Josh, and not George Foreman. I'm too young for George Foreman.
See, I was raised on a diet of The Simpsons when I was younger. So, like, even though I don't have much of a working memory of the 1990s, I absorbed a lot of 1990s pop culture growing up. Right. Well, what else have we got? Alliance for Democracy and Freedom.
They could either be
party
like
or not. So,
they could be like pro-EU or they want Enoch Powell.
Yeah, I feel as if from the name, it's like if this were Europe, if we were in mainland Europe and you had a party called Alliance for Democracy and Freedom, I'd say that would be a far right party. But here in the UK, I don't know, probably more some kind of a vaguish. Shall we have a look? Shall I Google it to satisfy my own curiosity?
I'm currently on their Twitter page actually.
Okay.
I'm just trying to. Oh no, yeah, they are.
Oh, they're. I should have guessed. I really should have guessed. It says right here on Google, Alliance for Democracy and Freedom Party are a political party, not left or right, but centre sensible. There we are. Oh, well, there's a niche that hasn't been fucking filled. We've never had a centrist party saying that they're the porridge that's just right, have we? Okay. So Alliance for Democracy and Freedom political party. So you sensible centrists out there, you've got someone to vote for. Right then. And new open non-political organized leadership. Can you give that one a quick search for me? I'm curious what these guys. I'm going to guess that they are the equivalent of the Alliance for Democracy and Reform, but instead of being sensible centrists, they're kind of a little bit horseshoe crankish, maybe not distinctly far left or far right, but very anti-establishment, maybe a little bit populist.
So I'm just on their website. Make the UK self-sufficient.
Okay.
Dismantle wokeism.
Okay.
Install a written constitution for free speech, personal freedom.
Okay.
Control big pharma, big finance, and big data.
I saw these guys. Shit. I was out in Newcastle a few weeks ago, and I saw they had a stand up near the monument. Because I remember looking at it and at first going, "Oh, this looks interesting," and then like seeing a list of about 15 bullet points of policies they had, and number 7 on the list was something like replace bad policies with good policies, and I just fucking took a picture and sent it to the Twitter chat because I thought it was hilarious. Oh dear. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I feel I've got to read on them.
They want good immigration, good MPs.
Well, don't we all? Shit, I guess I'll vote for these guys then.
I don't think they want us involved in Israel and Gaza.
So what would you describe them as being politically then? They seem like a bit of a They are what I've described. They are a little bit of a horseshoe party, aren't they?
They're a horseshoe kind of borderline nativist, populist but open liberal party, if that is a thing. But they also don't like big anything. Yeah.
Okay. I feel that if at the very least I can't understand them, I can draw a big circle around them and label them as a thing that I recognise to be distinct from some of the other things that I do understand. I can do that at least and go, right, they're them. I get that. We'll go a bit further down the list here. So we've got Green. How did they do last time around? 1.7%. Green Party by-election, I reckon they'll do better. I reckon they'll increase their vote share by a decent little amount. The Greens, we've not really been talking about the Greens that much because all the story is about Reform UK, but they're doing pretty nicely for the Greens in the national poll. They're sort of in the upper ends of the single digits these days, aren't they?
Well, national polling, but also they had a great year last year. They practically doubled the amount of councillors they had up last year.
Yeah.
Apart from in Brighton, where it's all kind of a bit hoo-ha.
Apart from the place where they were already elected.
And running the council, yeah.
So I think we can expect the Greens to do well tonight. Nothing crazily dramatic, but I imagine they'll continue to make progress with their representation.
Well, there's no socialist or communist running, so there you sort of your Corbynite outlet if you're left wing sort of, because no one's going to think, oh well, where's my socialist party or whatever. And they're not going to vote for the Alliance for Freedom and Democracy, whatever it is, and new, open, non-political organised leadership. Although that does sound a bit commie.
Well, I think basically, if you're on the left of the Labour Party and you don't want to vote for Keir Starmer's bunch at the moment, then you've got two choices in this by-election. You can either go Jeremy Corbyn, which I guess would be Green, or you can go Peters Corbyn, which is new, open, non-political organised leadership.
Oh, do you reckon those people on a tube and they're making it? What is it? What was that song? Oh, God. A Piers Corbyn song. It was something to do with a fart or something.
I just remember that there was some... All these elections blur into one after a while, but there was some election that Piers Corbyn was standing in where I was just looking at some graphics that he'd made promoting himself for a video, and the whole thing was... It was the video had been shot in landscape, but it had been presented in sort of like a TikTok portrait format. So it had these big black bars at the top of the thing, and about 70% of the real estate on the screen was taken up by different little placards and symbols and logos, and it was every color you could imagine on the Christmas tree, and it was just a visual mess,
It's just your typical like proper socialist, like let's fit as many words on the banner or the screen as we can, and
that meme where it's like I'm trying to think of the easiest way to describe it. It's the one where it'll be like two opposing ideologies, and one of them's supposed to be the really left-wing radical socialist one, and then that one's like a giant wall of text put inside a little speech bubble or something like that. But and obviously Labour, Chris Webb, which we expect to win. We expect this to be a Labour gain tonight. That's the best we can say on that one, really. The chat, what is the chat talking about? They're talking about Hitchhiker's Guide. There's some stuff going on there. Liberal Zardos says, a vote for me means less work and more play. Lee Ball said, you could be president of the Milky Way or Mars. Liberal Zardos says, what, like Zaphod Beeblebrox? And Lee Ball said, just outside of Beetlejuice. And then Lee adds, Hitchhiker's Guide was the last fiction books I ever read. Nothing will ever beat that. I'll mention, just because you piqued my interest with that, I listened to the audiobooks of the whole Hitchhiker's Guide series about a month or so ago. I made that my background listening for a couple of weeks and really enjoyed them. When I was younger, I'd only read Hitchhiker's Guide, but having listened to all of them, I really enjoyed all of them. And if there's ever any sci-fi books that you're interested in reading beside Hitchhiker's Guide that you might enjoy, I'd check out the Culture series by Ian M. Banks. It's like a big spacefaring galactic civilization with lots of very sassy, clever robots and AI minds that run the show, and just it's not quite as absurdist as Hitchhiker's Guide, but it's got charm. It's got a bit of wit and it's quite funny. So yeah. Lee Hannum says Labour say it is Blackpool and the council elections are what matters, not the mayoral elections, so they are not confident in them. Oh, that's interesting. Well, that does set up some expectations.
I've just seen something about the mayoral elections.
Go on.
There's conflicting reports coming out of CCHQ. Some of them in CCHQ are utterly convinced that Susan Hall has won in London. And there are others which are saying they're being a bit more cautious about it. That's been leaked to Theo Usherwood. I don't know where he's at these days. He used to be LBC.
I mean, not having read what you just read, I would have found it very hard to imagine Sadiq Khan not winning in London. However, when we've talked about Andy Street, Ben Houchin, it's believable enough to me that both of them could hold on. And as we've spoken about in the Northeast here, Jamie Driscoll beating Labour, I think, is in the realms of possibility as well. So certainly there are some mayoral contests here which are not the sort of done deals that Labour would hope that they'd be. But you're saying that there's conflicting reports about the Tories having won in London?
Yes.
Well, we'll see. We shall see. It's early on in the night.
This always happens, though. This always happens. There was, if you remember, in 2021, there was all those reports that Sean Bailey's gonna win on the first round. Well, in terms of, obviously it's a different voting system now, but they were convinced that Sean Bailey was going to get more votes than Khan in the first round in 21, and then maybe just lose on the second round. But obviously it didn't pan out that way. And the Tories in CCHQ, they're a bit dense, and they do have this thing to take a look at early results and think, oh my God, we're going to win, because they've, all the votes from Kensington have just come in, and they think, oh, we're going to win London. That's not how it plays out. But we'll have to wait and see. But it's interesting that Labour are being a bit sheepish about the mayoral elections. So maybe at the very least, maybe West Midlands and Teesside are staying Tory.
Okay, yeah, I could see that. I just want to say hello to Swiss Neutrality, whichever member of our cabal this might be.
Hello.
Oh, hello! How are you doing?
I'm okay, broadly speaking.
Well, it's nice to have you. I think it's been, God, I think it might have been the better part of a year or two since you've been on the channel. How have you been?
Yeah, I've been okay. No real issues for me.
Good. This is our for any new viewers. I'm joking. We haven't picked up any new viewers in the last year or two. But for anyone who may not remember, this is dear Mr. Tom Williams, a friend of the channel. Tom, what are your expectations going into these elections that we've got going on?
I think Tories will do very, very badly, especially at the council level. They might hold on to Tees Valley and West Midlands, but I'm a bit sceptical about West Midlands. I think Labour will probably lose the North East to Jamie Driscoll because he's quite locally popular from what I've heard. But the rest of the mayoralties, I think they'll win the rest of them. And probably by fairly decent margins. And I think they'll probably win the Blackpool South by-election as well.
I think, I guess then, as far as the panel's concerned, we're in broad agreement. with this. Side chat. Do you think the same thing of the contest that we've spoken about so far? I noticed that no one's staked themselves on the all important and much anticipated Police and Crime Commissioner results. None of us are getting riled up about that one, I'm afraid.
I think it's quite hard to get turnout for the PCC elections because there's a lot of places where that's their only election.
They had to combine them in the past because when we had them on their own, we had like absurdly low turnout. I think one year we had like 15% turnout or something incredibly insanely small like that.
Yeah,
I mean, we've had these kinds of elections for what 10, 15 years or something, and I still feel as if I'm not entirely set on what they're for. I mean, what the remit of a police crime commissioner is.
I think they're just in charge of the county's local police force. I think
they set targets. They have like a small budget. So I've been dealing with R1 through work a little bit, and he's got a budget for 3 ANPR speed cameras in the area in the county, and I've been trying to get one for our constituency.
Is it a bit like then a sort of a coordination between sort of like the sort of like the council authorities or the county authorities and the police forces to sort of say, right, like you're saying, speed camera infrastructure or whatever, the police want to try and enforce people speeding, but obviously you need to have the stuff there in order to try and catch them. So Police and Crime Commissioner oversees all that sort of thing.
It's also to just keep the police, set targets, work with national government, make sure the police are sort of on the beat in the areas they need to be on the beat, and just have some priorities. There's obviously not a lot of power to the role, but it's a nice little position that will probably fade away over the next decade as they'll get rolled into regional mayoralty responsibilities.
Hey, more Bobbies on the beat. It's a vote winner.
I saw one outside my office yesterday. I was gobsmacked.
When's the last time I saw? I mean, I see the odd police car driving around every now and then. It's not that often I see actual police officers walking on the streets. But
I actually do see a police car about once every 5 minutes come past my office.
All right. Let me read a few more of these comments here. So let me see. Batshit Susan Hall being mayor will just make me sad. Speaking of batshit, we still need to read an extract of Liz Truss's book. I've just remembered. So remind me if we forget.
Oh, Lord.
Lee Ball says, "Oh yes, you've come back at the right time." PCC elections are. By the way, you'll be in contention for Stream Guest of the Year in the Milkies this year. Now that you've reappeared, you could win yourself another. You never know. PCC elections are pointless balls. Under 10% turnout has happened before, and most people don't know what they do and vote along party lines, if at all. Lee Hallam says they combined it with the North's office in Greater Manchester.
Yes, Andy Burnham is the PCC.
From what I remember when I was doing my A-level politics, there was a place in the country, I think it might have been in South Wales somewhere, where they had police and crime commissioner elections on their own, and no one showed up to vote at the polling station. Like, literally not one person showed up to vote, which just gives you an idea of how little people cared about these elections when they were on their own.
Well, I'm in Cheshire, and for my address in Cheshire, it was the only election I had. But there were some councils that were up in Cheshire. I think it was like Warrington was up, and I went about 8:30. And you know how you can see the amount of names crossed out when they get the ruler and cross your name out on the list, I was like the only one in like for like 2 or 3 pages that had actually like shown up in the entire day to come and vote at my polling station.
I voted at about 7 in the morning, so I was one of the very few ones to turn up first. And they had said to me at the whole polling station that about 8 people had already turned up to vote, but I don't know if that's truthful or not.
I'll be back in just a minute, guys.
Oh, okay.
There was, I don't know how many people saw this or if anyone in the chat saw this, but there was a photo going around X or Twitter today that I think it was a library in Cambridge, there was meant to be a polling station and the volunteers couldn't get in the library in the morning. So for like the first couple of hours of the morning, there was a polling booth outside the back of someone's car boot.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, there was a polling station that was on somebody's car, then just plastered all over it. So you basically had to vote off of someone's car boot. So you've had car boot sales, and now you've got car boot polling stations.
Yeah, I think they got in the end, but that is quite funny and like a unique experience.
Right. I just came back when you were talking about a polling station out of a car boot. That's brilliant. I've got 2 ideas for things for us to have a quick look at, just while we're filling the air until we get some results in. We can have a look at. Oh, hang on. I'm just looking at the news. Is John Sweeney the SNP leader now?
Oh,
Has that happened?
Yes, I believe so, because he run unopposed.
yeah, I think so.
That will happen if you run unopposed, I suppose. Right. I'm going to find the expected result times for the locals, just so we can give a tantalizing glimpse to the viewers of when they should be in. And then,
sorry,
I have
just one quick thing. Labour Aid says to the New Statesman they expect London to be very, very close.
Oh! Well, I didn't see. Well, this is interesting. They obviously hated ULEZ a lot more than I anticipated. Wow. I mean, I didn't see that. I just went, oh yeah, Sadiq Khan, done deal. Hadn't even given it a second thought.
Even if he wins, but it's close, that's, I presume, just an indictment on Khan and not Labour. And
Yeah, the thing that is important to note about mayoralties is that they oftentimes tend to be popularity contests for the local mayor rather than any indication of national trend. Like, for example, Ben Houchen, if he does win, and I think he will, he'll probably win by double digits. But that isn't an indication that the Tories are going to do well. That's just an indication that Ben Houchen is very popular. It's the same here with Sadiq Khan if he does lose.
yeah, I was chatting to someone I know that's been campaigning in Teesside in Hartlepool as well, and he says that it's quite possible the Tories could easily lose every council in Hartlepool they've got up, but Houchen could win Hartlepool by like 15 points. Yeah, it's. I mean, you look at Houchen, Burnham, and then how popular Andy Street is as a brand in comparison to the Tories in the West Midlands. It is a popularity contest, and they are all pretty much more popular than the party. You know, Burnham's more popular than Labour. Steve Rotherham's obviously more popular than Labour, but it is Liverpool, so it's a bit easier. But Sadiq Khan's really the only one that is actually less popular than his party where he's standing.
Yeah, I've apparently, from what BBC is reporting, Mark Harper, who's the Transport Secretary, has said that the night will be a difficult one for the Tories and they're going to suffer quite a lot of losses. and he's given the excuse of, oh, well, the vaccine bounce benefited the Tories last time, so that's why they're not going to do this well.
Yeah, these seats were up in. So these were meant to be the COVID ones. These were 2016, and then they were meant to be the 2020 ones that were in 2021. So it's not as bad had it been next year, because the seats up next year were 2021 and 2017, where the Tories did amazingly well. In 2017, after May called the snap election, and
Yeah, that was when...
So the Tories could do really bad next year, even from opposition, with council elections. Next year is going to be really bad for the Tories, especially if they're like not a party anymore and completely disintegrated.
Yeah,
let me just jump in quickly. Sorry, guys. I was just looking at when the results are likely to be coming in. It's going to be a trickle at first. Potentially at 12:30, we'll get Broxbourne. From 1 a.m. or before 1 a.m., we might have Sunderland, Rochford, Cumbria. But really, the bulk tonight are going to start coming in from around 2 a.m. We've got Bolton, Gosport, Ipswich, Newcastle upon Tyne, North East Lincolnshire, South Tyneside, Wigan, Chorley, Eastleigh, Fareham, Hart, Oldham, Portsmouth, Rushmore, Southend-on-Sea, Exeter, a few more from 3 a.m. as well. And then it will begin to slow from that point into Friday. So if we want to see a good amount of results, we've got to stay up until about 4 in the morning. That's the gist of this, really. And I start work at 8.
I start at 8:30.
Luckily, I had a nap when I got in from work earlier, so I won't be totally shattered if I only get a few hours sleep. But it's still not going to be ideal. We'll see.
I should have had a nap, but I ordered some food to treat myself, and treat myself. It's election day, and lo and behold, Uber Eats gave me someone else's KFC delivery, so I was not very happy.
I need to read out another comment that we got way earlier, by the way. It was another super chat from Paul Rudd, friend of the channel, Paul Rudd, who said, "What a lame stream down with Liz Truss." Just got to read though. Speaking of Liz Truss, there we are. Would you guys like to hear the 17 weirdest lines from Liz Truss's book, 10 Years to Save the West?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. I was hoping you'd say that. All right, then.
It's like a teacher asking their kids, like, do you want to read lines?
It's like, have I got news for you, when Paul Merton's always dead enthusiastic about anything they put in front of him. Right then, yeah, so this is to save you from me reading an extract of it. It's just a few choice little lines here. I feel as if I shouldn't screen share it. I should just read them, so it's not, you just hear them as they come. So here we are. This is from the The Standard. We read Liz Truss's new book, but decided that a full review would not do justice to the sheer oddity of the text. Instead, we will let the 49-day Prime Minister speak for herself. Here are some of our favourite excerpts from 10 Years to Save the West. So, number 1, they say that this is Liz on her ministerial approach. Quote, "I took this on in my usual style. Full frontal." Liz on her school days. "I lived in fear of being beaten up in the lunch queue or stabbed with a pair of scissors in my media studies class." Okay. Number 3, Liz on the aftermath of the Brexit vote. "My special advisor says he had never seen me so depressed. I just looked at him and said what we were both thinking. What the actual fuck?" Number 4, Liz on the EU. "The only thing they understand is pain." This is nice. Okay.
Partially true, though.
Number 5, Liz on the watermelons. Yes, you heard that right. "This watermelon tendency is green on the outside, red on the inside, a modern rebranding of socialism. It's time Conservatives fought back against the watermelons and called them out for the damage that they're doing."
No, you can't. No, you can't be calling people watermelons.
Why not?
You know why not? Like,
It's a completely politically innocent bit of terminology. She's got green on the outside, red on the inside. So basically, she's saying, oh yeah, this environmentalism causes are actually socialism.
Could you think of something else?
Yes, but yes, fight back. Delete woke, get rid of the watermelons. Oh yeah, growth. You remember growth?
Stop. I voted for this woman.
I remember. Number 6, Liz on Barack Obama. I was glad to see the back of the anti-British condescending Obama. Liz on Donald Trump. As an early fan of the TV show The Apprentice, I enjoyed the Donald's catchphrases and sassy business advice. Number 8, Liz on killing badgers. I got involved in everything from the bait being used, peanut butter and maize works best, to motivating the shooters who had to go out late at night. Liz Truss on killing ducks. I found myself making slightly surreal life and death decisions about the natural world, such as ordering the gassing of 5,000 ducks in Yorkshire during an outbreak of avian flu. Liz on bats. The builders have been forced to install bat bridges so bats could travel safely across the road. Needless to say, no bats has ever been seen on these bridges. Anyway, bats fly. I think that's my favourite one so far. Liz on her predictive powers. I had a premonition it would end in tears. My tears. Liz on lefty lawyers. They tried to both charm me and shame me into going along with what they wanted. Lots of cozy breakfasts and dinners on the one hand, while not clapping loudly enough when they welcomed me on the other. Liz on Theresa May. The old political maxim is to speak softly and carry a big stick. Between 2016 and 2019, the government was often shouting while waving a twig. That's not bad, actually. That's something, maybe.
Shouting, I'm not too sure about.
Liz on Tony Blair. I was shepherded into a laundry lift. Who would be there but Tony Blair? He gets everywhere.
He does get everywhere.
Yeah. He's always where you least expect him. Liz on Sue Gray. To my surprise, she took it upon herself to commiserate with me by giving me a hug before telling me that as a result of my demotion, my salary was being cut. I didn't welcome her unsolicited embrace. I am not a hugger, but given how delicate I was feeling, she got off lightly. Liz on Nick.
Sorry, that's just so cold.
I just love the way it's all been recounted. Liz on Nick Clegg. I've got an interesting anecdote about Liz and Nick Clegg in a second, actually. Not firsthand, obviously, but Liz on Nick Clegg. He would rather be popular than do the right thing. He has now found a much more appropriate home in California and is working for Facebook. Oh, okay. Yeah, can't argue with those. I was listening to a podcast. I forget who did it. I think it was ran by the Times, possibly. How to Win an Election, and it has Polly Toynbee, Peter Mandelson, and Finkelstein. I've forgotten his first name. But
Danny Finkelstein. I think that's Times.
That's it. I'd never listened to it before, but it came on my autoplay on YouTube a little while ago, and I listened to an episode of it. And in that, one of them told an anecdote about Liz Truss from back when whatever department she was in, part of the remit involved the ratios for childcare, and that Liz Truss wanted to expand these ratios so you could have, teachers or nannies or carers or whatever being able to look after more children at once. And although I think Nick Clegg opposed it or didn't want it to go too far, he said that he and his party were willing to negotiate, and come to some kind of an agreement. But apparently Liz Truss had sort of like went in to see Nick Clegg one day and sort of said, I don't have to negotiate with you. I do not recognise your authority. I work for a Conservative minister. And then as a result of that, Nick Clegg dug his heels in and she didn't get any reforms. Which I just thought was such a tasty little story. But you can believe it. You can believe it. It sounds very Trussian. Where was I? Oh, sorry. I was doing all these Liz Truss lines. And the last one here, Liz on herself. I see myself as an instinctively anti-establishment figure. I am, after all, a contrarian. Well, you know what, Liz? I can't disagree with you there. That's fair enough. So, yeah. I don't think I'm going to be buying the book, to be honest with you. I joked around about buying the Dean Doris's book, and I didn't buy that one either. Has Matt Hancock published a book, didn't he?
Yeah.
Because there was a whole thing that he'd given some extracts of his emails or WhatsApps or something to the person who was like ghostwriting it with him, and then they leaked some of it to the press.
Yeah.
Good fun.
The book I'm really looking forward to coming out probably after the election is Graham Brady's book.
Oh, the things that man's seen.
It's already like been announced. Yeah, it's going to be all the juicy stuff from backbenchers moaning about prime ministers and his various meetings with prime ministers during their downfall, and yeah, it'll be very interesting.
After everything that man went through the past decade, he has certainly got some stories to tell.
Hey, Mr. Alphabet has all the letters. It's going to be interesting. Can't wait to hear. What's our latest sort of rumor count of where the so-called number of letters are in for Rishi Sunak at the moment? Is it supposed to be at about 10 or 20 or something like that?
I haven't seen anything recently. I haven't. I'm not too aware. I've been trying to like people that work for Red Wall MPs, and they're saying they're not putting any in because they want Sunak to own the election defeat. Make of that what you will.
I think you know, as we've sort of said, at any likelihood of it happening aside, post local results is the time of maximum danger for Sunak.
Yeah.
Apart from obviously the actual time of maximum danger, which is where he loses the general election. But you know, this is the other time of maximum danger.
It's the maximum danger will be, as we said, lose London, lose West Midlands, lose Teesside, lose Blackpool South, awful council results, awful PCC results, and then in the next week or two, Reform overtake the Tories in the polls. That is maximum danger.
Lee Hallam in the chat, by the way, has said Hancock ghostwriter was Isabel Oakeshott. Yes, that was who it was. Adds Isabel Oakeshott is Richard Tice's partner.
Yes, she is. Yeah.
I did not know that. That's interesting. Badger Army says after today, I think a lot may go in. Taper E says, can we remember Based Angels rest in peace? Miss her political commentary. Yeah, I was thinking about her. I think it was earlier today, actually, just in the run up to doing this stream. And just, you know, the fact that it was just always fun having her on, and we used to have an absolute hoot when she'd come and do this stuff for the elections and the rest of it. And, you know, it's a shame that she will never get to see the Tories thrown out of office, but I know that she would have absolutely loved it and had some absolute rants about how disastrous things have got recently. Based Blue Guy Batman says Tapery. Peter Gammons. That was a UKIP candidate way back when, wasn't it? There's a guy called Peter Gammons. I think we just lost Tom there. Taper E also adds she was a brilliant counterweight. She'd love this year. Yeah, she was. Not least because of the years of, like, you know, when I was full-throatedly Brexity and she was incredibly Remainy. That, you know, we literally had me sort of like pushing for hard Brexit or a no deal Brexit if needs be, and then she on the other hand was talking about all the Brexit shitholes in the country and how she wanted to go flee back to Europe whenever possible. It was, yeah. No, she is sorely missed. Charlie Simmons says, big rumour, Tories fearing wipeout in Portsmouth, according to James, quoting a tweet in the chat. Oh, well, inside info here.
No.
Not
Portsmouth, not Penny.
Oh yeah, I've just come back because it
my
comes
city,
for some reason.
quote unquote, my city. Portsmouth.
She needs to
Yeah.
stand up and fight.
Yeah, sorry, but anyway, I just wanted to report on it. Apparently, the Tories believe that they're facing a complete wipeout in Portsmouth, that they might lose all of their seats that they've got up for election in this election.
It's so Portsmouth is for a third of councillors.
Yes.
So I don't know how many seats they've actually got up.
Portsmouth, if memory serves me correctly, has about 30, 50 councillors, I think.
So in 2021, the Tories won 5 seats out of the seats up.
I'll bring up the wiki. So is this Portsmouth Council?
Portsmouth City Council, I believe.
Yeah, Portsmouth.
City Council. Okay.
So they've currently got 8 seats, or they've probably got 5 up if there's been no defections or by-elections. So they could go from 8 seats to 3, I guess.
So it's a minority Lib Dem administration at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, because there was an agreement with Labour and Independents, and it just basically fell apart for a whole host of local reasons that are a bit boring to go into. But yeah, it did. So it's a Lib Dem minority at the moment.
Yeah, these Portsmouth Independents did quite well last year. They took a few seats off the Tories.
Yeah, Portsmouth Independents is a real broad church. It's got Labour, it's got Lib Dems, it's got Tories in it.
Well, the Tories, only, of the seats they had up last year, of all the seats up last year, Tories only won 1 of the seats up. So they're probably going to do even worse this year and not win a single seat up. So they'd be left with only their 2 or 3 they won in 2022.
Yeah, I can imagine it happening. I mean, there was an opinion poll that came out for Portsmouth North, in which it was basically a marginal. The Tories were on 39% and Labour were on 35%.
Yeah, there was if you look the stats for that as well, if the candidate wasn't Morden, was like Labour winning it. If because they also polled if Penny wasn't the candidate. So if a Tory's going to win there, it'll be her. I know she has been trying to jump to a safer seat, but yeah. Apparently, she's trying to get Theresa May's seat.
Yeah, from what I've heard, she's been looking at trying to leave Portsmouth North and head to, is it Maidstone?
Maidenhead.
Or Maidenhead.
Yeah.
Oh, Maidenhead, yeah. She basically wants to go to Theresa May's seat because Theresa May's leaving, and Maidenhead is solidly Tory, whereas Portsmouth is not really solidly Tory.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of Penny, she's just given a quote to the Telegraph denying that she wants to be installed into number 10 to replace Sunak.
Well, that might be true. It might not be true. It's the exact sort of thing you would say if it was true anyway.
Right. So I've got some inside info now.
Oh, yes, please.
I have seen a list from Penny's team. It's directly from Penny's team. A list of a potential cabinet and ministers should Penny replace Sunak before the election.
Just in case, you've got to cover all your bases, all possible eventualities. Not that you're planning to potentially try and take over from Sunak, but if you did, who would be the dream team?
Oh, let me just.
And if you've seen this list, are there any interesting appointments that you can remember from it?
Yeah, I've got a photo of it.
Oh, this is an exclusive, guys. This is why you come to the Captain Swiss channel.
Yeah,
my boss is very pro Penny. He's in the pro-Penny camp. When would it have been? Okay, so yeah, people. So it would have been Kevin Hollinrake, Andrew Berry to keep bring Priti Patel in the fold. Keep Claire Coutinho because to appease the Rishi wing, Michelle Donlan, Laura Ferris, and then sack Lucy Fraser.
Where would Priti be going? Would she be going back to the Home Office?
I'd guess so. Yeah. But yeah, I it's basically something I saw going between, members of Parliament who back Penny.
And I mean, I've heard about her being talked about as the most likely person to replace Rishi in any instance. Now, obviously, what's interesting in a way is that Penny Mordaunt is not really from the wing of the party that sort of feels most vocally opposing Rishi. If you sort of think about, either it being sort of like the anti-woke right or the libertarian right or the Trussites or any of that sort of thing. So what I've heard, and maybe you can clarify this for me, is that there'd been some kind of a deal worked out with Penny Mordaunt and some of these figures that she'd obviously take over, but she'd sort of allow people running their individual departments to kind of do their own shit and not intervene with it.
In terms of deal, I'm not 100% sure, but what I am sure of is that people from Penny's team have been meeting with people on the right in the last few weeks.
Okay.
100% sure of that, because I've kind of been involved in some of them. But yeah.
Oh well. I see. So certainly, what you can say is that, like, absolutely behind the scenes, there are discussions, there are manoeuvres, there's dialogue going on to sort of say, right, how could this be worked out if Sunak is to be pushed and Penny's to be put in?
Yeah, there's Penny's been on manoeuvres. Was really on manoeuvres after Christmas until sort of mid-March, end of March. It's sort of calmed down a bit, actually, recently. She's what Penny's really doing, to be honest, is she doesn't actually want to be. She doesn't want to be PM now. She's done like 60 or so association dinners, Tory association dinners. She's touring the country, and she is basically gearing herself up to win a membership vote for leader of the opposition after the election. That's her aim. My guess is it depends who she'd be up against to win. Suella Braverman, as much as people say she's a darling for the right, is not popular amongst a lot of people, a lot of members. And I'd be shocked if Suella Braverman beat someone like Penny. Whereas Kemi Badenoch, on the other hand, and Priti Patel are much more popular amongst the members compared to Braverman. It doesn't matter anyway, because probably only have like 50 MPs. So,
yeah. Okay.
Do you really think that the Tories will do very, very badly then, come the GE?
It depends how the next couple of days go, what momentum Sunak gets, and then it also, there's loads of factors to weigh in on it. But honestly, if I was going to make a bet, I'd guess they get 130 seats. 120, 130 seats. That's if Farage comes back and the fan is hit, you're looking at absolute chaos and like 20 seats.
My thoughts on it for a long time had been thinking that the Tories would probably, in the end up where Labour had at the last election, which is at around 200 or so seats. Even though, a lot of the polls were putting it as being much worse, I'd always kind of thought, oh yeah, but you know what it's like, the gap will close as it gets towards election day, and maybe things will recover a bit for Sunak, and this massive lead you've got now, it will still be substantial, but it won't be that huge. But the last month or two, I've started having to feel that I've got to reassess that, and I think no, I think that is being a bit too generous to their fortunes, saying that they'd end up with about 200 MPs. I think it probably will be substantially less than that, and I'll agree with what Dan says that in a way, trying to make a prediction now is tricky because you don't know whether or not Farage is going to happen, and if Farage happens, then all bets are off. how far things could drop, you know.
But
Yeah.
the Daily Mirror reported yesterday that he was looking at returning to frontline politics because of the whole situation with the small boats.
Oh, I'm really sorry, Tom. The chat is screaming at me right now, saying Swiss ignoring the chat. Read the fucking chat. I think what they want me to read is that NA had said people have evacuated the city hall in Hull due to an alarm going off. Security had to stay behind to guard the ballot boxes. And Frank just adding to that as well. So that's like a development that we've had, that we had an alarm go off at the count there. People had to be evacuated, security guarding the ballot boxes. I don't know the reason for the alarm going off. I'll see if I can find anything about that. In the meantime, Tom, sorry, carry on with what you were saying.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. That there was just reports that he was going to make a return to frontline politics, according to the Daily Mirror.
Yeah, we spoke about that a little bit earlier on. And I think Dan had said it. Curious that it was like the Mirror of all places that ended up hearing it from. I want to go on Twitter for this, really, don't I? Twitter will be where I can find this about the Hull alarm going off.
By the way, while we wait, one of the side chatters goes by the name Badger Army, and he has a badger as his profile picture. Badger Army and his profile picture is, in my opinion, he's instantly the stream guest of the year just for that alone.
Where's Badger's? Oh, what Badger's picture?
Yeah, it's just a
team list.
Badger.
Let me read a couple more things here. Liebel says, note how polite I was comparatively, not using the word fuck in trying to get my attention. And they had said the thing with Farage is because the election will likely take place around the time of the US presidential, he might want to campaign for Trump instead. Blue Guy says the revolution has begun in Hull. Badger Army's feeling the love. That is a nice logo, to be fair. That's yeah, I like the angles and the colours of it.
Yeah, that's why he's stream guest of the year.
I've not seen anything more about this Hull alarm going off from looking, but I did stumble across a couple of Britain Elects nowcasts, so predictions for certain results, and I feel that going to Britain Elects, we wouldn't be doing our duty if we didn't also nip over to Election Maps UK to see what they've got to say as well. So I'll just read both of these ones here. Britain Elects, their 2024 local elections forecast is net change in council seats, down 478 for the Conservatives, so down nearly 500, up 273 for Labour, up 129 for the Lib Dems, up 52 for the Greens, and up 24 for the others. And here's Politics UK saying the whole council election count has been evacuated due to, quote, an emergency. So we now know that it's not a false alarm having gone off, that there's some kind of an emergency.
I've just seen Hull City Council tweet that it was a false alarm and they're back counting.
Oh, okay. Well. Forget you, Politics UK.
For the nowcast, the election that what's it called? Britain Elect come up with.
Yeah.
I would say I would agree with that, but I would add an extra 22 seats lost for the Tories and have it split between Greens, Lib Dems, and Labour. But otherwise, yeah, that sounds about right, I think.
Is that so you can just have a nice round number of 500 losses?
That, and also because then it means that the Tories lose 50% of the overall seats that they've got for election this year.
I mean, I like disaster movies when it comes to elections. I'd be quite happy to see them. I want to see how far they fall. I want to see the fallout with them trying to oust Rishi afterwards. I want to
Yeah,
see all of that.
but then they're just going to drop further in the polls because of quote unquote chaos.
It's a lose-lose situation, isn't it? Sunak's not
Because
going to
they're
win
going to
them.
lose.
They're going to lose horribly. But then again, churning and changing prime ministers also going to go horribly for them. They're stuck.
About a month or two ago, I was actually in favour of getting rid of Sunak and just putting, someone like Penny in. But now I am just like, it's just going to prove to the voters another time how absolutely insane Tory MPs are at wanting to remove their prime minister, and it would be like number 4 since the last election.
I feel that here on this channel, over the many years we've been doing this, perhaps the phrase "deck chairs on the Titanic" has been used one too many times. But I think in this situation, it probably applies pretty well. If there's ever a time for us to use that phrase, it's probably this one.
It is.
Trying to switch out leader to stop the impending doom of the next general election.
Well, when Liz became PM, for that period after Boris resigned in the leadership election in 22, the Tories were polling at like 32 on average, and only like maximum 5 points behind Labour. It was a very recoverable position, even with cost of living and inflation and that was to come. Cost of living is not what Howard Sunak in. It was Liz. Yeah.
I think the issue with keeping Boris Johnson, though, while I do understand why Tories regret their decision to get rid of him, is that he was so scandal-prone and scandal-ridden that what more was there in the closet to come out?
There is more.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what other skeletons did he have in the closet that could have been brought out to use against him down the line? That's the problem they were faced with.
Well, exactly that. And then also, if he hadn't been removed, there'd have been a case of probably a prime minister being kicked out of parliament and then being recalled and then losing his seat in a by-election. So the game was up anyway with the Privileges Committee investigation. He's just so scandal-ridden. He's just a bumbling fool. But however, I did make to the point to my colleagues the other day that what's being set up right now is Boris has had his Churchillian disaster. War in Europe will happen. And then in about 8 years' time, Boris will come back and save the country and the world as Prime Minister and do what Churchill did and return to frontline politics and come back. Or he'll end up in prison and another extramarital affair. One of the two.
I'm imagining now George Lucas just saying, it's like poetry, they rhyme. He comes back. I mean, that is the ultimate Boris Johnson fan fiction, really, isn't it? That he gets to complete his Churchillian journey and return in a time of national crisis to save the day. And amazingly, again, it's one of those things that I can't necessarily discount in my head. Could there be a much larger war in Europe? It's not impossible. Could Boris be the guy to come back? It's not impossible either.
I'm just saying, it's like Boris Johnson is like, these days, he's just the prodigal son of the Tory party. And you look at the quality, not of like the integrity or the intelligence or like the like economic eye of the other political leadership candidates at the top of the Tory party. but just like the generic like fist pumping, emotive leadership style candidates the Tories have, and Boris Johnson really is the only one that Tories have ever really got behind. Since I remember the 2017 campaign with Theresa May. That was quite good up until the manifesto launch. That went okay. I'm too young to remember the Cameron years, like in terms of being a member, but yeah, I can see him if the cards fall right, he won't resist coming back. But you know, it's got to fall right for him, and I'm not too sure. But yeah,
I guess it's a bit like when we think about Nigel Farage as well, for that matter. That there's a known quantity out there that you know that if the situation, it's a bit like Galloway with by-elections for that matter as well. It's people that you know are out there somewhere in the ether, and you might not know what they're doing or what they're planning or hear from them, but you know that if the moment arises where they can come back, they absolutely will, every time.
The only people,
yeah.
the only people that haven't done that I always thought would do that was one that I really thought would do that, especially after Corbyn lost, which was David Miliband.
The Prince Across the Water.
Yeah,
David
and then
Miliband.
obviously the Dark Lord himself, Tony Blair. You know, I'm shocked he's not like president of the EU or whatever fake position they have these days. Yeah.
I think there were talks of Tony Blair potentially becoming the General Secretary of NATO at one point.
But we'd all die. It'd be a war in like 2 minutes.
Can I read a few more comments for you guys, and then I've got some stuff to share with you from Twitter as well. Blue Guy had said Penny Mordaunt's MILF appeal will save the Tories. Badrami said, have the Conservatives not tried a few leaders too many now? Feel they are best off just losing a general election and restarting. Lee Hallam adds, speaking of Rishi Sunak, remember, this is the leader MPs deposed 2 prime ministers to get. And then also adds that Blair wouldn't take the pay cut. Liebel says, I see Boris more as the fattened calf. What I want to share, because I said that we'd look in at Election Maps UK as well. I was looking for the Nowcast, but I found some bits that they've covered on stuff that's happening today. Some early rumours. Blackpool South nailed on as a Labour gain and Reform on 15 to 20%. Also, Labour confident of widespread gains, some significance. Examples Rushmore, although some pockets of weakness, such as Oxford and Rochdale. Khan likely to hold London, but it will be closer than expected. And we've certainly heard sort of murmurings to that effect over the last hour or two. Skaith, Labour narrowly ahead in North Yorks. Street Conservatives narrowly ahead in West Midlands. Driscoll, Independent, doing very well where he was the incumbent, but still unlikely to be enough to beat Labour. Watch out for you, Driscoll. Give them a run for their money. Greens looking good in a majority of their targets, including Stroud. Ditto for the Lib Dems, very likely to win Southwest London Assembly seat. Is that what SW means? No. Is SW supposed to be a postcode? Or is it
Could be
Southwest? Oh, I don't know. And turnout generally up in areas with council elections, but typically very low in PCC-only areas. Big swings away from the Conservatives in Police and Crime Commissioner elections, generally as expected. So that's a little roundup from EM UK from the past, from about an hour ago or so. So, yeah, I think the thing that surprised me the most from all that I've heard so far has just been that it might be closer in London in the mayoral contest than expected. I think everything else is falling, you know, more or less within where one might have expected it to be. As I've said, I will be interested in Blackpool South by-election, where Reform UK come relative to the Tories. The various mayoral contests we'll want to see. But then the other big thing is just going to be, you know, what's the sheer number of councillors that the Tories end up losing?
Yeah, it's. I mean, even if the Tories do well in the West Midlands and Teesside for mayoral elections, it's not going to be good for council elections. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be so many people that haven't voted in these local elections that would have had. They probably would have voted Tory, but just haven't. I know so many like natural Tory voters that just haven't turned out, including myself when I couldn't be bothered doing my postal vote for council.
Well, I mean, when we've heard about where the Tory vote share over the past few years has been going, you know, some goes to Labour, some certainly goes to Reform UK, but there is a substantial bulk of it that is just staying at home at the moment by the sounds of it. Now, maybe that might be a little bit different when it comes to things like council elections, because it's not so much dissatisfaction with the government. It's, you know, your local area and how you think things will fare there. But we know that there's still a knock-on effects there as well, that when a party, especially in government, is doing bad nationally, then it does tend to have an effect locally. It's just not a one-for-one correlation. Oh dear. I'm starting to flag a little bit because I realized I'm speaking in like just fucking truisms. I'm just going, oh yeah, the locals are different from the generals. Yeah, oh, I've got some interesting facts for you about
that. I have seen some places are now starting to begin counting in terms of...
Oh, thank God. I bloody well hope so.
In terms of they've got so there's a council by-election, I believe, for Stoke Council, Mere North.
Oh.
There's a council by-election there, as well as police, fire and crime.
I always have an interest in the affairs of the good people of Stoke-on-Trent.
You mean Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork?
Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork, yes. To use its full name. But all the people of Stoke, not just North, Central and South as well. You know, the Potteries in general. We have another guest. It's Mr. Columba.
Hello.
Or am I calling you Columba now? Are we going? Are you going with a degree of anonymity? Oh, can't say.
I think the term you're looking for is mononym.
Mononym. I was going to say anonymity, but
I mean, everyone knows who I am.
Everyone knows who you are, but you're also going for like you're being Cher, you know.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
I thought I'd pop in for a little bit since the BBC's just started its coverage, and I mean, certainly the BBC's framing it as "Good luck, Tories. You've got no fucking chance." But we'll see how you do. And the Tory guy, I think I couldn't tell who they had on the panel, but I think there was a Tory guy, and he was just desperately holding back the tears at the start.
Hang on a minute. I've got an appropriate Wojak to share with you to describe this.
I imagine I know what it will look like.
I think you know exactly which one it's going to be. I just want to find it anyway.
Is it by any chance the one where he's got the happy face mask on and underneath he's crying his eyes out?
No, it's not that one actually, but that one is just as appropriate. God, I feel like such a boomer kind of going, oh, let me show you my memes. Let me look for some memes on Google, because that's the thing. Like, do you ever have like your grandparents who like send you messages and it's just got some meme that feels like it's from about 2008, and you just go, oh yeah, that's good. Right. Okay, the one that I was thinking of was, if I can now get the screen share to work. Arguably, actually, the one that you described with the happy face mask betraying the unhappy face underneath is probably how it is at the moment. And then I think by the end of the night, it'll be this one.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. I mean, to be fair, how sad can you be when you are basically resigned to the fact that you are, being fucked by a cactus by Keir Starmer? Like Keir Starmer is wearing like a sort of cactus. Well, it's not a strap on. I can't remember what they're called. The things you put over a penis.
Are you talking about a condom?
No. There's a specific kind of sex toy that you wrap around a penis that can make it a different shape. Like a Bad Dragon sells them. Anyway, one of them, but with spines.
Oh, how I've missed you on the streams, Callum.
That didn't take long, did it?
Oh wait, no, I just realised it could be much more simple. The Tories through 5 years of policy have decided to straddle the cactus fleshlight.
You know what? Someone in the chat earlier mentioned angels, and we sort of had a little reminisce earlier on. And one of the things I've just remembered, which you reminded me of, is the levels of filth that she used to bring to the stream, and now in turn, you are fulfilling that same role that we just launch ourselves into the depravity.
How could I not honour my lady that way?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's carrying on a tried and tested tradition, isn't it?
Yeah, the violent sexual metaphor.
The Badger Army says "fucks by a cactus" is comment of the year. Oh, so someone is trying to get themselves the Annabelle Clark Side Chatter of the Year award. I can see. I see you. Penis sleeves.
He's already got my vote just based on his name and profile picture alone.
But by the way, can I just say that the difference between someone joining the stream maybe half an hour in, when we were talking about results and politics and all the rest of it, and then if they just suddenly arrive right now and they see the crying Wojak and penis sleeve at the bottom of the screen.
No, to be fair, this is the level of political commentary you just simply don't get on the BBC.
You don't get it on the BBC. That's got to be said. You simply don't.
Laura John Curtis doesn't...
Oh, they did cut to John Curtis on the BBC broadcast, and he was grinning like a madman.
I'll tell you what, something I discovered yesterday, which is a complete shock. Tony Blair is 6 months older than John Curtis.
Oh,
yeah, and John Curtis is probably healthier.
Well, his soul is still alive, isn't it?
Spiritually.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I did think
I thought the new First Minister of Scotland is like 6 months older than my dad, and my dad is retiring.
He does look a bit like Voldemort, doesn't he? This new bloke.
John.
Oh, you're talking about John Swinney?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but like the thing is, he's probably the most politically experienced, and in terms of like overall competence, like in terms of the people that could possibly have been picked, he's probably the best.
Am I right that he was the SNP leader before Alex Salmond was?
Yes, he was SNP leader from 2000 to 2004.
Right, I see. Oh well, yeah. He is a pretty established.
And he was deputy first minister from 2014 to 2023.
Can you tell me anything about what actually happened with this collapse of the agreement between the SNP and the Greens?
So there's been a lot of things said about it, but basically this is how it happened. The Greens and the SNP made an agreement. The Greens got a couple of policies through, they got a couple of ministerial posts, and the SNP remained in government as a coalition. Then the Greens' policies kind of failed miserably. And generally speaking, the Greens were kind of like, we fucked it in terms of like bottle return schemes and I mean, they got through the bus passes, which was good. I didn't benefit from it, but it was good for young people. Generally speaking, the Greens kind of weren't very good in government, and then the SNP dropped their climate targets and basically said, right, we're not going to go for net zero by 2030, we're going to go for net zero by 2045 or something like that. And the Green membership flipped out, and they forced an extraordinary general meeting of the party to discuss the coalition agreement. The SNP shat the bed and collapsed the government collapsed the coalition by pulling out and basically saying, we think you're going to abandon the agreement. You can't quit, you're fired, and sacked the Green ministers. That then led the Greens to say, we will support a motion of no confidence in the government. And so over the weekend, Humza Yousaf basically realised his position was untenable and resigned. The Greens they voted against the motions of no confidence this week to basically to allow the government to survive. And I think basically the argument was that Swinney is the compromise candidate that everyone who's pro-independence can get behind.
Mhm.
And so probably the Scottish government will survive until the next fuck up. But like in general, it was basically a miscommunication between the two coalition parties, a complete failure to push through any meaningful policy changes, then resulted in everyone acted rationally based on the evidence presented to them at the time, but that resulted in the Scottish government having a panic attack. And
It's
the
worth
First Minister.
noting. It's also worth noting as well that the First Minister tried to save his position by going into negotiations with Ash Regan of the Alba Party, who used to be his.
The party was Ash Regan isn't really she just happens to be the only MSP who's in that party because she's defected from the SNP. Basically, it's an Alex Salmond personality cult.
Guys, I'm gonna give myself a break for about 5-10 minutes just to grab something to eat. Are you guys happy enough continuing on?
We'll keep it up. Don't worry.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
All
don't
right.
worry, don't worry.
We're the Viagra the stream needs.
Anyway, so they tried to do that with Ash Regan, and she was originally his leadership opponent last year, so it was already
her and Kate Forbes.
Her and Kate Forbes were from last year, so
the weird
they
thing
were
was
already.
That in terms of social views, Ash Regan was the one in the middle.
Do you know,
the only thing I remember about her is that she tried to sort of cosplay a sort of female William Wallace because she wanted to essentially do what the Catalans did back in 2016, 17-ish time, where they just unilaterally declared independence from Spain.
Yeah. Regan is actually perfect in the Alba Party because they're kind of radical separatists and transphobes, and like that is just Ash Regan's personality. She's a radical separatist and a transphobe, and like just perfectly worked into that system. The weird thing is that she was once a Tory as well. Like it's very weird. She came from the sort of Scottish business Tory background, joined the SNP because she supported independence. I think she actually voted against independence in 2014 as well. It's real political turnaround, and basically became radicalized into a separatist. And then because she is a woman in her 50s, in the SNP, transphobia is a culture war issue that they're trying to fight specifically against the Greens. Because that's the other thing is if Ash Regan or Kate Forbes had become First Minister, this agreement would have collapsed and we'd probably have had an election last year. Because the Greens are the most socially liberal party in Scotland in terms of like mainstream parties.
This
Yeah, I have heard of
Tasmina
that.
Ahmed Sheikh. I wouldn't have had her down as a massive transphobe. Apparently, she's chair of ALBA.
The Ullapa Party. Well, see, the thing is, what's the best way to put it? No one in the Ullapa Party really matters. They are a joke party. During the Scottish Parliament elections in 2021, I think they were described as electoral asbestos. Like, they really are not. They're really not a successful political party in any, like, with any measure. Like, any seats they've ever had has been through defections.
I think, to be honest, Alex Salmond set it up after his little gig on RT ended, after RT got banned in the UK after Russia invaded Ukraine. So he just decided
He did
to
set
set
up
it
the
up.
party before that.
Oh, did he? Oh, I must
Yeah,
misremember then.
The party was set up in February of 2021.
Christ, it's been 3 years since that thing's been set up.
Well, basically, the problem is he alienated everyone in the SNP by being kind of close to Russia and being kind of like very close to the sort of he's kind of like, what if George Galloway was pro-independence and wanted to turn Scotland into an oil sheikdom?
I was thinking Galloway a second ago, actually.
Also, Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh, and another point about her, also a Tory, like was a member of the Tory party from 1986 to 2000, and then basically did the Blairite switch, became a federalist in 2000, became an SNP, like a nationalist, in 2001. Like, in general, the Ullapa Party is made up of reject SNP and Tories.
Yeah, I remember when she became an MP in 2015, she was not particularly... she's very combative against the Tories.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things where there's more zeal in a convert, and like a lot of people genuinely support independence on the basis that it's like they think it's the best thing for Scotland. And then there are the people who support independence in Scotland because they're convinced they'll get to run Scotland when it becomes independent. And I'm not saying Alex Salmond isn't the former, but he's definitely the latter. And basically, the Ullapa Party was set up by the most ambitious, the most conservative, pro-independence people they could find, and they basically all gathered into one camp and started, well, if not pissing out of the tent, then pissing on each other, because like it's really an incestuous party as well, because everything you hear about them, someone's in a sex scandal, or someone is, like one of their advocates is Tommy Sheridan, who is a former member of Parliament, former communist, former member of Militant. Basically did the sort of Peter Hitchens sort of lurch to the right. Is massively pro-independence, and more importantly, a convicted perjurer and recidivist. He's been in prison multiple of times for perjuring himself in court for his various crimes.
I think this comment here from Lee Ball was quite funny. He said, a lot of people support independence because of a film with Mel Gibson in it.
I don't know how much that's actually true. I feel like the thing about it is that a lot of people put a lot of emphasis on the cultural significance of the wars of independence, but in day to day, no one gives a shit about that. Like like the majority of people who support Scottish independence support it on the basis that they think that Scotland would be a better place if it was independent, which is of course bullshit. Scotland would just be like Ireland.
I don't know. I went to Dublin last weekend, and the Guinness tastes good.
Oh, I mean, yeah, but you know, the Guinness isn't going to taste it better in an independent Scotland. Kenneth might. But the point is that a lot of people imagine independent Scotland as some kind of Nordic social democracy, but no. It's going to be Ireland. It's going to be governed by two factions of the same party, one on the centre right and
Yeah.
one on the right, and then it will be governed by some uneasy coalition of those two parties forever. Because that's what will happen. The SNP will split into two parties. It'll absorb chunks of other parties and then govern forever in a permanent coalition.
This is, as a small C, former big C conservative, I am very much looking forward to the next election in Scotland when, hopefully.
Well, the SNP is going to do incredibly badly in Scotland because there's going to be a lot of tactical voting where you're going to have Tories voting Labour, Labour voting Tories, Lib Dems voting both of those two people.
A lot of the situation is it's not that people are going to switch from SNP to a unionist party. It's just the SNP aren't going to turn up. And tactical voting, as you said.
Is
basically Tories then.
Is Scottish Labour more unionist under Anas Sarwar than it was under Richard Leonard then?
I would say so, but more that Anas Sarwar is kind of one of those politicians where it's impossible to tell what he actually thinks. And importantly, when he and Humza Yousaf were hurling insults back and forth to each other, like the Scottish Parliament started off very collegiate, very respectful. I mean, it obviously is as collegiate and respectful as Scots can be, but it's become more and more divided and kind of combative over since the SNP got into government, but especially in the last 5 years. And Anas Sarwar and Humza Yousaf would be going back and forth ping-ponging arguments to each other. The thing is, they're old school friends. They both went to the same private school in Glasgow. The Scottish political class has formed a nice little clique that it can fit neatly into. So it doesn't really matter whether you're in Scottish Labour or the SNP. At this point, basically, because independence isn't a viable political option at the moment, essentially it's, do you want Scotland to be an independent country and think it will be better that way, or do you think the current arrangement is just fine actually? And that's basically Anas Sarwar's point of view. If things got materially worse, you could see Scottish Labour maybe moving slightly, because they still have some pro-independence, pro-trade union people who kind of keep Scottish Labour from being totally pro-unionist. The Tories, of course, have unionist in their name and are committed to it. If you want to be ideologically committed to unionism in Scotland, then are you willing to vote Tory? If yes, vote Tory. If no, vote Labour, but then vote Lib Dem if you're not happy with Labour.
To address a couple comments, Weeble said here, let me get it. Without independence, the SNP are kind of old Labour light.
No, they're too right wing to be old Labour light.
I wouldn't. I would say that applies to some people in the SNP, but I wouldn't say overall, because
I would say the majority of SNP are Blairites.
Yeah, generally speaking, yeah, I'd say so.
If anything, they're more New Labour than Scottish Labour is. Scottish Labour is kind of in this weird position where it has the old guard of Blairites represented by Anas Sarwar, and then we just say of Richard Leonard and the Social Campaign, but most of the younger, more activist Scottish Labour MPs are more old Labour, but they're old Labour. They're old Labour, but they're committed to unionism in such a way that they can never be characterised as radicals. Like Scottish Labour could get into power with, I don't know, Paul Sweeney or can't remember her name, one of the MPs from Airdrie, and could genuinely advance like social welfare policies as they kind of want to do, yet they would still be characterised as right wing because unionism is framed by nationalists as right wing, even if the SNP itself is also a right wing party. Like Kate Forbes, for example, the fact that her position and her ability to command nearly half of the support of the party last year shows that social conservatism is still really strong in the SNP. Like the SNP do not want minorities to be more equally represented, or to have for trans people to have more ready access to healthcare. Or like even questions of church and state and gay marriage. They're not changing anytime soon, but certainly the SNP aren't going to look at any kind of greater social liberalisation because they have a massive social conservative base.
Yes. Another thing to comment on is a comment from Sky Echo, which said, "You seriously think anyone in Scotland is going to vote Tory in this general election?" Shocked face. Don't think even Tories are going to vote Tory. Well, what I would say,
I think about 15% of people are going to vote Tory.
what I would say with the Scotland example is there is an overlap that's beginning to appear in Scottish politics that's quite similar to politics in Northern Ireland, where people are not really voting based on policy or the government that they want, but instead are voting on whether they basically on sectarian grounds, where they're voting based upon whether they want independence or whether they want to be a part of the UK. And we did see in the 2021 Scottish Parliament elections people who were Labour voters traditionally voting Tory tactically to stop the SNP from winning seats, and Tories voting Labour to stop the SNP from winning seats. And that was part of the reason why the SNP failed to win a majority in 2021 when everybody expected them to do so. And the SNP are in a lot of a worse position than they were back in 2021. And so
I agree.
without Sturgeon being there as the glue that unifies the party around pure pro-independence momentum, there's really every reason to believe that the unionists will capitalize on that for their own benefit. So yeah, I do think that there will be people who will vote Tory tactically just to stop the SNP, because it happened in 2021 and I can see it happening again in the general election.
Yeah, I was going to say that the SNP will lose votes to the Greens on its sort of social policy and like civil rights policy. Like, as in, the Greens are there to be like your, urban liberal middle class voters, and then the SNP doesn't have the stability, it doesn't have the momentum for independence, it creates apathy, people don't vote for them. Then the unionists, some will do tactical voting in various places, especially I imagine Tories and Liberals in the Central Belt voting Labour more than anything else. Like, as in, there are not going to be that many people voting Tory that would otherwise vote Labour. Like, some will, but most probably won't, in just due to lingering tribal loyalty. But you're right, sectarianism has become over the independence cleavage has become the main way of expressing yourself in Scottish politics.
I'm sorry to interject your flow, but we have some results. We have some results in, boys and girls. We've got 2 for Labour, which are Labour holds by the sounds of it. At least, okay, both of them from Sunderland.
Some nuts
Of
ones coming
course.
out of Sunderland. Yeah.
Yeah,
We've
from
got
what I've heard, the Sunderland results are quite bad. Oh, they are very, very bad.
wow.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, wow. Okay.
Okay. So we'll take one at a time. So Redhill in Sunderland, Labour 51.9%, up 1.3. Not much change. They won. No real difference there. But look at this. Reform in second place on 32.3% share of the vote. Tories pushed down into third, dropping 22% of the vote. Lib Dems there on 7% as well. That's
Twice
juicy.
nearly came
Importantly,
fourth.
Tories a hair's breadth from coming fourth.
Yes. So
Ooh.
Tories in third, nearly fourth.
Is this
Reform
like what
storm into-
UKIP did? You know how UKIP did really strong in places in the northeast, where it's like
Yeah,
you can't
is
vote
what I was
Tory, you don't really
thinking.
want to vote Labour. You know,
Okay.
the Tories
So-
are woke, Labour are woke.
That ward, I'm just seeing someone point out. So that ward voted UKIP in 2019 when UKIP had no councillors. So that was like one of the last UKIP bastions. That
so
ward.
fertile ground then. We also have another one here, Cops Hill, Sunderland. So Labour nearly 60% put on 16. Conservatives vote share halved down onto 13%. Reform 12%, weren't there before. The Greens on 10, up a little, and the Lib Dems halved down onto 4. No UKIP as previous, and they were on 13%. So Reform level pegging in that ward with about where UKIP was the last time round.
Yeah,
this
that
is
makes
something
sense.
which I
Also, we've
spoke
got 2 more
about.
results in.
Oh, we've got
there's
more.
more.
Sorry, we've got even more. We
Castle
have
and Sunderland.
we have one from Stoke-on-Trent here. Labour 53.9%, up nearly a percentage point. Independent group down slightly. Conservatives up slightly. So
Yeah, stay on Britain Elects.
Sorry.
Stay on. Yeah, if you go back to Britain Elects, they've also got Castle in Sunderland.
Castle in Sunderland. Oh yes, another. So we've got another one where Reform
Oh
pushed
god,
the
that's
Tories into
another
third.
complete Tories.
So, I mean, what we're seeing then basically anywhere that Labour already held, Labour are increasing their vote share a smidge, but otherwise, the interesting thing we're looking at is just the presence of Reform UK, and the Tories quite. I mean, the Tories are dropping quite badly.
This is so bad because, like,
most places.
The ward I stood in last year for the Tories, I got 12.5% of the vote, and I didn't do a single leaflet or a single door knock. I was just a paper candidate, and I got 12.5% of the vote last year. How bad must things be in Sunderland? Brexit Central, where 4 or 5 years after delivering Brexit, the Tories are getting not even 9% of the vote.
Oh, but another one in
this-
Hetton in Sunderland. There's a strong independent there, but again, collapse of the Tories, big jump in Reform. I think it's basically that the Tories have failed. People want to punish them, and like Reform is the unwoke based option. Heavy air quotes on everything I just said. Like as in I used a bunch of euphemisms.
I could hear the italics in your voice there.
Yeah.
Is this a punishment or is it just a replacement and a discrimination?
No, what I mean to say is, as in, I don't think people are necessarily seriously thinking that the Tories are. I don't think that people are seriously thinking that the Tories have totally betrayed their conservative roots and they're the party of liberal intellectuals or anything. I just think that what it is that basically we don't like the Tories anymore. We want real conservatives, people who are going to push our values, because the Conservatives aren't.
Yeah, I think what a lot of people sort of want, the people who say the Tories are not real Tories, quote unquote, is they essentially want basically a UK version of the Republican Party in the US, but specifically the Republican Party well, it depends on who you ask, but before Trump or even potentially after Trump, it does depend on the person. But I think what they want is they want a proper, full-on reactionary political party that basically is as right-wing as you can possibly get, just that sort of unhinged level.
I think there's some people I've spoken to that used to vote Tory that now vote Reform that maybe just want immigration levels to be where they were, in 2002, and for taxes to be cut a bit more than they currently are in terms of income tax or whatever. But also at the same time to actually be able to see their doctor. And the Tories aren't delivering any of those things for them, really.
That would involve governing.
Yeah, that would involve competence, yeah.
Just quickly, I want to say, sorry, just briefly, from the results that we've got in from Sunderland so far, Labour have control of the council, and we've got a good bulk of these seats up for grabs still yet to come in. But based on
another Stoke one in, another Labour hold, it's the only place I've actually seen any kind of meaningful Tory gain. The Tories went up by 3%. In Mere North in Stoke-on-Trent, Independent went down, Tory went up. I suppose that's going to be one of those weird results where there'll be individual results where the Tories do well. I don't know if they'll gain any seats, but okay. So
that result doesn't surprise me too much. From what I remember from living in Stoke, it was one of those areas that kind of flipped blue sort of in the wake of Brexit, and then sort of like quite stubbornly stayed quite blue. But I would assume, judging from the headline numbers here, that it looks like the Tories probably gained to the detriment of the independent group there. Labour was about level pegging with where they were before.
Also, we have a forecast for Blackpool South and a prediction for the timing.
Oh yes, what's that?
So the prediction is that the expectation is that it'll be 2 to 4 a.m. Not staying up for that. But the forecast is Labour 50%, Tories 30%, Reform 14%, Greens 5%, Lib Dem 3%, which is probably pretty fair. Maybe the Tories might do a wee bit better or a wee bit worse.
Can I quickly read my favourite comment that I've seen in the past 10 minutes? Which is Frank saying, apparently grim news for Tories in Grimsby, of all places. There you go.
There's
that's pretty grim.
There's a Britain Elects result out of Leicestershire, where the Tories are down 20 or nearly 20 and lost the seat to the Lib Dems.
Yeah. Also, I was thinking about what the Tories might do once they get wiped out. And I was thinking there's kind of two directions they could go in. One that could potentially lead them back to kind of prominence, and that is like if they were to attempt to improve their competence, try to move towards sort of governing more, being willing to spend money on things, trying not to contract out as much, governing more, being more competence is one word I could use. I suppose also another one would be like more proactive. Another, hands-on. But the thing is, I think that the Tories might go in the opposite direction. I'm not saying they'll go like full Liz Truss, but like I feel like that it depends on who survives. But I could see the Tories kind of going in the direction where they become more libertarian, more tax cutting, more spending cutting, become a parody of sort of what people joke about them being like right now, which will then lose them another election, then they might shift. But basically, they would desperately chase Reform voters, but also, because they're still the party of large businesses, still pursue radical economic liberalism.
It's not the worst plan in the idea, though, in terms of because they're going to be out of opposition for at least two terms. So in the first term, you shift to the right and get the Reform voters back. and then in the second term you shift to the centre and try and win the election.
Yeah, you ratchet more socially and socially conservative and more economically libertarian, and then hope that the overall, like, you hope that then by shifting back just a little bit, you appear more competent, more sensible, and when a Labour inevitably fucks something up, basically say this is how Labour, whenever you give Labour the chance to govern, they fail.
I have the results of that Lib Dem gain here on screen, by the way. Burbage in Leicestershire, Lib Dems just over 50% of the vote, up nearly 10. Tories dropping nearly 20% down to 30. Labour up slightly, Greens up slightly. That was our Lib Dem gain.
I just wanted to say, I don't actually think that the Tories will be out of power for 2 terms. In fact, I actually think that unless they go completely off the rails, I honestly think they'll be back in at the beginning of the 2030s. I think that Labour will only be a 1-term government. And the reason I think that, and the reason I think that is because the Labour Party basically wants to repeat the exact same failures that have led the country down the path that it's going down at the moment. And so I think that voters just will not have patience for it anymore. If Labour start doing austerity and all these right-wing economic policies that they say they're going to do and just
They won't,
repeat the
though.
failures of the previous Tory administrations, then I think that people will very, very, very quickly turn on them. And
when you say, could I ask quickly, Tom, when you say austerity, do you mean in terms of actually sort of cutting spending or just not increasing spending? Because the rough perception I've got of Labour at the moment is that they're not kind of saying that they're going to get into power and suddenly turn the taps on. But at the same time, I'm not anticipating that there's going to be sudden big cuts across the board to spending either. It feels as if they're kind of saying continue on course of where we are.
They will cut spending in certain areas and reorientate it to other areas. So they will cut spending in places like healthcare and education and potentially
Local
even
government.
local government. And I think they will reorientate it towards military spending, social welfare, and welfare for the elderly is what I think they will do, which will make the country situation even worse than it already is.
Surely,
Yeah, because the purpose at this point of Labour is to continue the process of packing up the state as a going concern, stripping it of its viable assets, and essentially blaming the previous government for everything, then going out of power, criticizing the government for everything it does, and then importantly never reversing anything when they get back into power at the subsequent time. It's basically Britain is heading towards being a failed state.
The one thing I'll say is that although Starmer has most certainly U-turned on a great number of things he'd said since way back when he became the leader, I think one of the few things that I could point to and say, okay, that is something they're going to do that feels a bit more Labour-y, is they're talking about bringing the different rail providers back into national ownership once the contracts expire, which I think was a Corbyn-era policy, which they seem to have retained. One of the few that they seem to have retained, for that matter.
Importantly, it's not like full vertical integration of the railways. It's
just individual. As all the contracts expire and bring up, they're just going to bring them back in house again. But it's not one big. I don't know. Will it be overseen by a single body?
My understanding is that instead of actually going back to the British rail model, where essentially the railways existed independent of market economics, they're just allowing the contracts to expire and using government-owned companies, Quangos, to run it. That's basically what happened in Scotland. Is that the contract with Avanti ran out, and the Scottish government set up a company to run ScotRail. It's not as if it's being run as a government service; it's being run as a private corporation that happens to be owned by the government,
right.
like Channel 4.
I follow what you're saying. Not being ran directly out of the government department, so to speak, but being.
That's everything these days, though. It's anything the government owns. For some reason, we have incredibly restrictive anti-corruption measures in place, where ministers and cabinet ministers have no real decisions over anything that they actually own or control, and it's all run by independent quangos, and
because that keeps up the lie that market economics is like the most efficient system in all cases.
We have our
Like
first
I'm not saying that it's market economics can work, but what I'm saying is when it comes to running railways are more efficient and make more money when they are owned by the state of the country where the railways are being run. Like a good example was that rail fares, sorry, it wasn't Avanti, it was Abellio. Abellio was owned by the Dutch government, and basically ScotRail fares were subsidising and helping to run the Dutch fully nationalised and state-owned railway service. Because basically Britain is one of the few countries that does this with its railways.
Let me take a few comments from the chat, guys, just so we're not accused of ignoring them here. No one can predict multiple terms in the future. I didn't jump on the bandwagon that Labour would be out for multiple terms after the last GE, as everyone thought was a certainty. Blue Guy says, if that means Corbyn 2.0 actually in power in 2034, then I'll take that. Claire says, I don't think Labour will change too much. I have a feeling most of their current support is from anti-Tory votes. A few more here. Taper E says, if the public get a taste of successfully getting in and voting for independent MPs as anti-establishment options and Reform Party, Green, Workers' Party, you'll see systematic fracturings of old norms. Lee Ball says, Mr. Neutrality has a bit of a point here. Simply not them without any concrete alternative can be a very short-lived bounce, similar to Biden in the US, but without the decrepit figurehead. And then on the rail discussion that we've been having here, there are about 3 in England, Northern, LNER and TfL. NA says, the problem is Labour aren't saying they'll add more trains or tracks, so train ticket costs are unlikely to change much as they'll need to be high to keep demand down as the capacity isn't there. Blue Guy says, maybe not half, but a lot of rail franchises have been taken over by the government. Southeastern, Northern Rail and LNER are a few. And then another one from Charlie Simmons here, just on Sunderland, Tice predicts that Reform will beat the Tories in about 25 Sunderland seats. I mean, we've seen a few of those so far, the Tories being pushed to third. But just speaking of Tory, well, no, not Tory gains, that's not the right word. We won't see many of them. Tory holds in Sunderland, we have the Chad Conservatives beating the Virgin Labour. Conservatives 45, Labour 34 in St Chad's ward in Sunderland. So that is our first Tory hold of the night there.
Also, a point about LNER is that LNER is owned by Department for Transport's OLR Holdings Company Limited, which is a statutory corporation, which is a private corporation that is owned by the government and operated as by the Department of Transport. It's literally called an operator of last resort because, LNER, Northern, Southeastern and Transpennine, as well as parts of this first group, are all owned by DFT OLR Holdings, because if they weren't owned by them, then there would simply be no trains. It's an act of desperation by a government that doesn't really want to run the trains, but has to run the trains, so sets up a company to run the trains for them.
Taper E adds on this discussion that Thames Water is one to watch. Labour's instinct is not to nationalise, but public want nationalisation. Certainly when it comes to water, and railways for that matter, but whenever I see any polling on it, I think there is quite a bit of support for renationalisation of water.
Oh, they won't.
God
hit
knows in the
water.
wake of all the
Yeah,
sewage
because-
dumping of the past few
There's too
years.
much debt. There's way
Yeah,
too much debt in the water.
Yeah, the thing is basically the only way to make it work would pretty much just be like full Soviet sort of what's it called, nationalization or like expropriation without compensation, where instead it basically they allow all of the water companies to go bankrupt, gather their assets, default on their debts, and then take them over. The thing is that would involve a complicated legal argument and lots of money being spent taking them over and rebranding them, and no one really wants to do that. So
Also, possibly people not having water for a while.
yeah,
I
and
see.
and the idea that could potentially result in anyone not having water for a period of time.
So it's just so it's seen as just simply either too costly to take it over or too severe to allow them to fail. So it's a
Rail nationalisation is far more achievable than water nationalisation.
yeah, because rail nationalisation is, I mean, as you know, has been described already, the policy that they seem to be wanting to pursue is just a matter of allowing the contracts to expire. You know, you're not,
Well,
in a sense, you're not having to proactively do anything. You're just saying, right, okay, you run this for a period of time, then it's over. Now we have it back.
Yeah.
Grant Shapps wanted to do it, and then Mark Carper came along.
Yeah, and in 2002, the Scottish government did the same thing with Scottish Water, where they set up a statutory corporation, basically allowed the previous sort of private company to fail, took over the system, and then provided people with water. And yeah, the point is that it is, again, it's another quango. And a lot of people claim that Scottish water is cleaner because there's less sewage. No, it's just that the Scottish government, or more accurately, Scottish Water, doesn't report any of its sewage dumping. It's much easier to just not report.
Well, that's another reason why, or obviously there's no excuse, but a reason why there is so much reports on sewage dumping in England recently is the amount of increased discharge reporting over the past decade is that, you know, they've pretty much got it all covered. And so now they haven't done anything about it, but now we know that there's loads of sewage. Officially know there's loads of sewage going in the rivers.
I think it also reached the point where people were actually starting to get sick, and it couldn't be ignored.
Yeah, I'd heard about that. People going to like swim and getting some pretty gnarly diseases because of it.
Well, yeah, one of the reasons why it became a major political scandal was because the Oxford and Cambridge boat race, God forbid, was interrupted because everyone was shitting and vomiting everywhere while trying to roll through a shit-filled river.
We cannot have the poor souls at Oxbridge puking up in a river. That's
Not
one
just
thing.
Oxbridge, you know, some of them are good people. We're talking about the rowing team.
What I don't get about this is that why is this even legal to do? Like, why?
I don't think it is legal. I think it's just the thing is, if you were to actually penalise them, that would put them in even more debt. It's like it's a law that, it's laws and regulations that have been slowly but surely relaxed, and importantly, aren't being enforced, because if they did enforce them, that would involve doing something. And if you do something, that costs money.
We also don't have enough like technical people in this country to do all this stuff quick enough and efficiently enough and at a decent cost.
What we need is a good 5-year plan.
Yeah, but it's the same with HS2. It's like the reason HS2 failed is did not have enough people to work on it or contractors to work on it. So
No, the reason
they were asking
HS2
to
failed
double
was
the price.
the reason HS2 failed was wrecking comrades. It was those anti-revolutionary wreckers who were deliberately sabotaging the line, and we need to lock them
Oh,
all
and
up.
NIMBYs.
And yeah. Oh, by the way, just to before we go back to that, quickly point out this St Anne's result on Sunderland. This is another disaster for the Tories. Minus 23% vote share. Labour got 39%, and the Reform Party got 19, and the Greens got 19 as well. So
Also,
that's
Sandhill in Sunderland as well. Liberals 60% up 9, Labour 24 down 7, Reform 10% up 10, Tories 2% down 10.
Well,
It's clearly a
so
very liberal ward.
Tories into fourth on that one then.
My question is, does anyone know if councils work the same way as national elections, where is it a 5% deposit?
no, I don't believe so.
I mean, I know it's covered by the parties and stuff, but it's that's deposit losing numbers, is the point. Like normally you wouldn't expect Tories to do that badly in anywhere but central Liverpool.
So, surprise. Tory. Oh, we've got another one in Sunderland here, Washington West. Labour just over 50% vote share. Another, and look at that. Well, straight comparison there. Reform 18 points up, Tories 18 points down. And
it's never as simple as that. But
I mean, I always guard against saying this number up versus that number down means the voters have switched directly, because there is churn beneath that. However, in this particular result, where you see Labour fractionally different, Greens fractionally different, Lib Dems up a couple of points, the only big churn is Reform up and Tories down, and coincidentally it's by exactly the same percentage.
It does. Oh yeah, no. 95% of that will be exactly a direct transfer for Conservative Reform. But yeah, you'll have a bit of churn from Labour, a bit of churn weirdly probably from Lib Dem or whatever, you know. There's always that weird. There's always that weird. Have you ever noticed there's that weird Lib Dem? Well, back in the 2010s, there was that Lib Dem UKIP crossover. Like, do you remember one of the leaders of UKIP? You know, after Farage left and they went through like 6 leaders, one of them was a former Lib Dem.
Yes. I've forgotten his name. There have been so many UKIP leaders, but I remember of the person you were talking about. He was a former Lib Dem councillor or councillor candidate or something, wasn't he?
I'm just looking through their leaders at the moment. I'm just trying to find it.
Bolton.
Leadership.
No. Bolton? Bolton?
No. It was Henry Bolton, I think was.
He went off the rails with it. He's like a one. He's a proper like BNP type now.
Yeah, well, that's basically what happened. Different. Like, who the fuck is Neil Hamilton?
You don't know who Neil Hamilton is?
If you don't know who Neil Hamilton
is, he was the guy who lost to that journalist.
Yes, in Tatton. Yeah.
In Martin Bell, he lost. What was it? Was it on like corruption or something?
Yeah, I think so. Was he the one that was like doing the swingers stuff as well?
Sleaze allegations is what it says.
Yeah, I think it was. I'm not entirely sure if it's corruption. I think it was alleged corruption, but it was sleaze.
Cash for questions.
Parliamentary Standards Commission, cash for questions. Yeah, direct corruption, lobbying, and that sort of thing.
Yeah. But yeah, looking at the Sunderland result, another one from Shiny. Is that Shiny Row? That's a very shiny row.
Probably.
Yeah. But it's not a very shiny result for the Tories. 19% decline, and Reform is up by 17%. I don't know if it's possible to do this, but is there any way to go back to some of these seats on Wikipedia, back to the early 2010s, to see what the UKIP vote was in these areas.
Right. If I
Yeah,
just look up
hang on
Sunderland
just a second.
Council.
I'll bring up Sunderland Council and then I can look at previous local election results or makeups of the council for that matter.
The only thing is there might have been, probably not, but there might have been boundary changes in the council since then.
Okay, so it may not be a direct comparison, but we'll look nonetheless. Sunderland City Council elections, right?
Oh, they're all on Wikipedia. They do go seat by seat on Wikipedia.
Oh,
at least for,
wow.
like, 2012.
Oh, this is laid out brilliantly for us, all the way back to 1973. Okay, so we want to look at sort of the early 2010s kind of period. So let me see which. UKIP
no.
is...
There was ward by ward results. If you go scroll down,
okay,
and you see how most of the 2010 ones are in blue.
yes, yeah.
If you click on the election itself, you
let's
can
go to
see ward by
then.
ward results.
Right, so 2010.
Well, UKIP didn't stand in that
UKIP
election.
didn't stand, but BNP were there on 3.3%. Down.
Yeah, they collapsed because the BNP had its moment in the sun around sort of 2005-06.
The best year to check probably would be 14, I'd say.
2011 in Sunderland, UKIP were on 2%. 2012 in Sunderland, UKIP were on 5%.
Oh, and National Front. Good old National Front.
Good old National Front. Here we are. 2014 high watermark period for UKIP. They were on 24.3%. And did they end up with any seats? No, they didn't end up with any seats though. 2015 UKIP on 19% in third, still no seats though.
Is this about the time they started shifting to when in England did they shift to the sort of elections in thirds?
Right, hang on. We've got UKIP in 2019, and so we've got 2019 Sunderland Council.
That was their last gasp of relevance because basically Brexit was in no real jeopardy, but apparent jeopardy from the perspective of people who wanted to kick every single German out of the country.
It wasn't jeopardy. It wasn't jeopardy.
What I mean is, as in the people who wanted to kick every German out of the country thought Brexit was in jeopardy in 2019 because Theresa May's deal was having trouble in Parliament.
Well, this was during that period of time where the whole Brexit deal was in a total quagmire, and May couldn't get any form of deal through. And
if I remember rightly,
European Parliament elections that the Brexit Party won, and
if I remember rightly, this is the point where Labour was on 30%, the Tories were on 22%, the Liberals were on 15%, and Reform was rocketing up.
And then a few months
hadn't
later,
quite got enough candidates together to stand in the locals.
But a few months later, we hit that magical moment in national opinion polling where Labour, the Tories, the Lib Dems, and the Brexit Party were all level pegging at about 20% each.
That was an insane time. I wish there had been a general election at that point just to see what would have happened.
It would have truly exposed first past the post at that point if you had four main parties all getting the same national vote share, and yet you'd have.
Well, probably what it would have resulted would have been a hung parliament with Labour and the Tories at roughly level pegging about 200-ish seats, something each. Some big Liberal Democrat presence, and then two Brexit Party.
Reform currently have a seat on Sunderland City Council, though. Just to mention, they already had one seat going into it.
Is that defection, surely?
I think it was it says that they had one, but it was no change. So I'm guessing it was a defection. But then when the election was held, they then held it after defecting to Reform. That's my guess. Yeah, that appears to be the way of it. So probably some Tory defected to Reform, and then when that ward was up for grabs, Reform held.
That's interesting. In Washington South and Sunderland, the Green vote just completely collapsed. They're down 13%. Now, what happened in Washington South ward last time
That
the
sounds-
seat was up.
It's watermelons. Too many watermelons.
That sounds like something to do with a local councillor, because if you have a council area which bucks the national trend, then that's typically indicative of something that's gone on locally there.
Yeah, because
Well,
it
the
was
Greens more
Labour,
than-
then Green, then Tory.
The Greens, more than any other party, basically commit their entire borough, like, activists, usually to one ward, and that's how they do it. They get in.
Yeah. Well,
that was
and also
dumb.
how the Greens in England and Wales win any seats in national elections. Like, isn't that how they've held?
The Reform Party candidate for the Blackpool by-election is on BBC, and he seems to be quite bullish, and he seems to believe that there's a chance that Reform might come second in Blackpool South.
We'd said it could happen if they had a good night, and if
Yeah.
he seems bullish, then yeah, I can believe it happening, or at least coming very close, definitely.
Oh,
The
BBC, right?
James, the BBC. James Fielding is also commented in the chat that's related to that. He has said that if Reform do end up coming second in Blackpool South, don't be surprised if Farage announces a return to frontline politics and is leader of the Reform Party.
Because am I not right? Basically, with the Reform Party more than any other, it is Nigel Farage as the leader, and whomever is leader is just keeping the seat warm for him.
We were saying that he was that Richard Tice was his Medvedev.
Yeah. Also, what it is I went to the BBC and they're showing the Reform Party candidate, and there's a big pin on his lapel, and instantly I just was like, wait, what the fuck is that? And I thought it was like one of those, like the Ukrainian fascist runes they love wearing. It really doesn't help their image. It really looked like that from a distance. Then they cut to like a full thing for him.
I didn't
just the
think
Rotary Club.
I didn't think the phrase "fascist runes" would bring me so much joy to hear.
It's definitely not. I think it's just the Rotary Club. But like the Rotary Club is also kind of a fascist rune in many ways. But that's just my opinion about small business tyrants.
Let me steer us away from fascist runes for just a moment here. We have a result from Newcastle upon Tyne. South Jesmond and Newcastle upon Tyne. So Labour win, but down by 7%. Lib Dems in second, up by 14 on 25. The Greens up by 5 on 21. Conservatives over half of their vote lost, and SDP there in fifth as well. And obligatory, I've got to go, the SDP. So Labour held that one, but not well. They lost ground basically. But the Tories,
the SDP was a spoiler party in the 80s, and they seem to still be a spoiler party now.
They're a new. It's like they've got the same name as the one in the 80s, but in a sense,
I thought that there was a continuity.
Well, there is a continuity in the sense that there has always been an SDP, but it's you can get all kinds of transformations.
Yeah. To further add on to the point about Blackpool South, the Conservative sources in Blackpool South have said that the night is going to be very difficult. So you've got the Reform candidate who says they're very bullish and they might come second, and you've got the Tory sources saying that it's going to be a very difficult night. So this does seem like a situation where the Reform Party might actually come second place, which makes me think that could this be the was it Winchester by-election where UKIP came second behind Lib Dems and no one expected that to happen, and it sort of propelled them forward to victory. Well, not victory, but towards high level of political relevance.
It may have been. I'm trying to. The name certainly rings a bell, but I sometimes confuse my sort of.
It was a by-election in. It was a by-election in 2013 that they held somewhere, I think, in the south of England, southwest or
It
southeast.
wasn't. It's not. I remember of a Rochdale by-election, but I think that was of. I think what you're talking about was of. I think Rochdale was once they were already at a peak, but they didn't quite win it, but they thought they might. Winchester, you're saying, was earlier than that.
Yeah, it was one
Right.
before.
I'm just having a look at the list of by-elections between 2010 and 2015 right now. Sorry, I cut out there. I was going to say I had a quick look. So it seems that what happened was the SDP they disappeared in 1989, and then the continuity SDP continued with Michael Owen. Is it Michael Owen? No, David Owen. But then David Owen left the party like shortly afterwards, and that's when it started to become the kind of joke that they are now.
Their most recent version kind of rejigged about, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years ago, I think.
Was it Eastleigh? Was the Eastleigh by-election in 2013? Because Chris Huhne.
Yes, that was it. It was the Eastleigh by-election. That's what I'm thinking of, where
Eastleigh
UKIP
by-election
almost
2013. Yeah, Lib Dems got 32%. UKIP got 27%. That was Diane James was the UKIP candidate.
Oh, wasn't she?
She was leader of UKIP for a grand total. She was a leader of UKIP for a grand total of 18 days.
18 days. Yeah, she was the second shortest serving politician for a UK mainstream political party until Edwin Poots of the DUP, who resigned after I think about 2 weeks.
Oh, I completely forgot about that. I mean, at least he's not being charged for heinous crimes like his successor.
I've got an update here. Now, the BBC one's a bit behind the times. It takes a while for some of these results to filter onto their little scoreboard that they've got here. But what the BBC scoreboard has is Labour on 15 councillors up 2, Lib Dems on 2, Tories on 1 down 2. We have had more results than that, but that's what they've updated.
We have one in from the Midlands.
Oh yes.
So where was it? Sorry. Burbage in Leicestershire, Liberal Democrats 51, up 9.
Oh, we've done that one.
All right. Okay. Was that one I missed? Well, I'd cut out. Yeah.
Possibly.
I see. It was a while ago. It was 34 minutes. Although I did just read that the Conservatives think they're going to lose every seat in Lincoln.
Breaking news that Labour claim they have won Hartlepool Council, which Keir Starmer considered resigning over after they lost the by-election in 2021. They say it's a groundbreaking moment.
If only he had. Maybe someone with actual politics might have like the Labour Party.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say we're hearing reports of Tory wipeout in Redditch, Lincoln, and Ipswich.
It's going to be a bad lot of locals for the Tories, guys. I think when we were talking about the range of how bad it could go, it seems like it's going to fall on really
it's
bad.
It's going to be worse than the 500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This might be their worst ever lot of locals.
I think just lucky for them, there isn't actually that many seats up comparative to other years.
No, I don't think it is, because during the Blair days, I think there was one locals where John Major lost about 2,000 seats or something crazy like that.
No, I would say that we shouldn't be doing in sheer number of seats. It should be the proportion of the seats that they have up for election.
Oh, yeah. If you're doing it in terms of proportion, then yes, because if they lose over 500 seats, that's over 50% their seats lost, because they've got 982 seats up for election. So if they lose over 500, that's over 50% gone.
Yeah, it was the 1995 local elections. The Tories lost 2,018 seats. Although there isn't a list of how many seats were up for election. Like there isn't a before and after for that one. Although the Tories did only get 25% of the popular vote in that one. Now, if I remember rightly, the Tories did very badly in 2022.
Last year was worse, I think. 2019 was a very bad year.
Yeah, I'm just slowly but surely getting through the 2010s.
Yeah, in 2019 they lost 1,000 seats.
And then 23, I think we lost 1,200.
So Tories lost 1,330 of 3,564. In 2010, they gained. So 2021 they gained. In 2022, they lost 485 of 1,403. In 2023, they lost 1,063 of 2,296. Although the other thing is there were more councillors back in the 90s because Scotland had district councils and they hadn't created the unitary authority system at that point. Or they
wonder
had
where the
just
numbers-
introduced it. And there's been a lot of amalgamations of councils in the recent years. Like, they got rid of Cumbria last year.
I wonder where
And
the
just
numbers
made
I'd
two
read were
councils.
coming from then, because there was some kind of a comparison between worst ever council election results between Labour and the Tories and where the Tories were projected to get, but all of those numbers were in the hundreds of losses. It was like 500 losses to 700 losses.
The thing is, the Tories are only defending 989 seats. I think
Yeah,
there's
as
only
a proportion,
there's only 2,650 seats up for election.
as a proportion of seats up, this will be the worst. Probably.
I see. So if they so as a proportion of the seats they currently hold, if they end up losing, say, 3/4 of them or something like that, that would probably be their worst ever result.
Raw numbers, it's less, but percentage-wise, it's the worst. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
A good example is
I
that
think
Labour currently have 6,361 seats in councils total, and the Tories have 5,534 seats total. So it's like this is probably going to be their worst result in terms of proportion of seats lost, seats defended lost, but in terms of sheer number, it's still probably back in 1995. But Labour, because I remember they said that in 2023 it was the first time since 1997 that Labour had more council seats in total than the Tories.
We've got a result here from Silksworth. This is pretty impressive.
Wow.
Labour have got 52% of the vote with a gain of 9%. The Greens have come second with a gain of 15%. The Reform Party has also gained 15%, but look at that Tory vote. 9.5% with a decrease of 31.2%.
So
that's impressive.
Quick maths here. So last time the Tories were on about 40 and Labour were on about 42.
Yes.
43. Yeah. So it was very close marginal ward last time.
The Tories have dropped from a close second place into single digit fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah, behind the Greens and Reform.
And this is in a place where the Tories had done well. Because am I not right? The last time these seats were up was like, as in these specific wards. Are these wards where this is one councillor of 3 in these kind of things? Because like, when were these last up? Was it 21 when the Tories did well?
21.
Yeah. So this is the Tories going down from the last high they had. And I'm just imagining that this is how they're doing it here. How are they going to do in like the Manchester and Liverpool?
So 21.
And the London Assembly.
So they're doing it by thirds in Sunderland. So it's the councillors that are up in 21.
Pallion in Sunderland. on Britain Elects
We've
just
got-
a minute ago.
We've got another one in Washington East that was further up, but I think we've missed it now. But
Oh, I've got
from
Washington
what-
East
no,
on
no.
screen now.
Oh no, we've got it now. This is another disaster for Tories.
Yep. Pally and
Labour
Sunderland.
got. We'll look at that in a minute, but
Yeah.
57% for Labour, up by 9. Tory second place on 19%, and Reform are on 16%. But once again, the Tory vote has decreased by 24%, which is another disastrous result.
And what's the one that you found, Callum?
Pallion, P-A-L-L-I-O-N.
Yep, I've got that on screen as well now. If you want to read it,
It's a Lib Dem ward.
Oh.
Where is it? If you go to Britain Elect, it's the most recent tweet.
We've
it's
got.
on screen now.
Yeah, Lib
There we
Dems
go.
are on 48%, but they decreased by 11%. Labour's up 36, up by 16. Reform's up by 11, and Tories are down by 14%.
There's the wards where
I mean, presumably there are
Labour
going to be
gained.
some where the Tories might just not. This is wishful thinking, but is it potentially possible that in a ward the Tories might literally just not get like any votes?
There
I
might be a
think,
ward where
like,
they go
just
into
such
less than
low
1%.
turnout.
I think we could see a ward where they get less than 1% of the vote. We've not been that
Oh,
far
yeah.
off in a couple of them.
Once we get to Liverpool and Manchester, we do run the risk of like 1%, less than 1% vote share.
I know we're not getting turnout for any of these, but I am going to be fascinated when we get like turnout statistics, especially if we can get them by council.
We've got one here with no Tories at all, by the way. West Park, South
Yeah.
Tyneside.
They probably
result.
just didn't
Greens
stand.
53% up to Independent. I can only assume the Independent was maybe a former Tory that turned Independent, which explains
Sounds
the
like
lack
it,
of
yeah.
Tory presence. But Independent on 26 up 26, and Labour on 19 down 11. So that's an interesting ward, that one. But the Greens have increased their share and held that one, West Park, South Tyneside.
An important thing is that the Tories have only stood in 95% of the seats. And the other thing is Reform has only stood 323 candidates, so we're probably getting most of the Reform results right now. Because they only stood 323 candidates, although there isn't a spread of where candidates are, but I'd imagine that most of the Reform candidates will be in the northeast. Maybe the northwest.
Just quickly, cameo on screen here from our dear friend of the channel, Councillor Michael Carthew. Great to be out in Alton with Sarah and Mark today. Good responses, ready for the long election ahead tomorrow. There he is, our boy.
Oh, there's Clevedon and East Bolden, South Tyneside, Green gained from the Tories.
The Tories have gained a seat. According to
right. Hang on. So one of you said that the Greens have gained off a Tory, and the other one's saying that the Tories have gained a seat as well. So we've got some.
Alton and Solihull, according to James.
Alton and Solihull. That's Michael Carthew's patch. Alton and Solihull.
Yep.
So what's happening there?
Well, I'm trying to actually get the results. It might just be a joke.
I've got the green one. I'll read the green one out. So Clevedon and East Bolden, South Tyneside. Greens. Oh, this is a substantial one for the Greens here. 47.5%, up 34%. The Conservatives just shy of 30, down 18%. Labour on 22%, down 14%. So the Greens have absolutely stormed that one to the detriment of both the main parties there.
I don't actually see a result for this. It might just be James taking the piss.
Did you read it out of the chat?
It was on the Twitter. It might have just been a piss take. I didn't see a result come through.
We've got one there for Sunderland as well. It's Rye Hope, I think.
Yep.
That's the worst result we've seen so far. Let's read through this. 54% Labour, up by 11. Reform 26, up by 26. Conservatives 14%, with a decrease of 35%,
Now,
and the Liberal Democrats at 6%.
a quick bit of maths there. The Tories' decrease of 35%. If we just do it simply as a percentage decrease on what the Tories got the last time round versus this time, just for the Tory votes, the Tories have lost 66, well, roundabouts 2/3 of the people who voted for them in this ward last time did not vote for them this time. 2/3.
Fantastic work.
Yeah, I mean, I did see a thing. It was a couple of weeks ago, but it was a poll of from what I remember, it was a poll of Tory voters saying, "Are you going to continue to vote Tory, or if not, who are you going to vote for?" And I was thinking it was like something like 25% of people said they were going to vote Tory again of this poll of Tory voters, and I thought that's not good. Losing up to 3/4 of your voters. I mean, like the implication was that most of them are just going to spread about to other parties, but then obviously a lot will just not vote. And of
You've
course,
got
that's
to
the
think
first poll of voters. It's not really indicative, but it kind of suggests to me that like people just there are very few people still committed to voting Tory. Like they'll always, well, maybe not always,
Hang
but
on.
they'll have at least their
Right,
party
guys,
memberships
I
worth.
just-
like, obviously, as you said, loads of them are abandoning the party to vote for other people or not vote. But then there's also a significant proportion of the voters from last time that have died.
Oh yeah, there is
I
also.
just need to share something with you.
The Tories led a significant number of their voters die.
I just looked at Sky News, right, and for a split second, the first thing that I thought is, crikey, Keir Starmer's looking a bit rough.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Cooper's waiting in the wings as well. Hello, John, are you there? How goes the count?
Oh, it was fine, but it was going on a bit longer than I expected. So, but I decided I'm going to leave it on anyway. So I've left. But for what I can tell, it's mostly positive, at least for Labour, for like the wards that we expected to keep safe. Well, granted, I think there's one that was, there's a very close margin between Lib Dems and Labour, which Lib Dems are expected to get, but it's much closer than I thought. And also, there's a lot of bizarre choices of the multiple votes some people have. Like, some people voting Labour and Reform, some people voting Reform Green, some Reform Christian Democrats, some
Wait,
Tories and
Christian
Labour.
Democrats. I thought that was just Labour.
Oh, no, some of the local councils that are being counted have like some Christian party in there. Some have Reform, some have Greens, some just have Labour, Lib Dem, and Tory.
I've got
It's
another
just,
here.
when I think about it, ideologically, Christian Democrats does seem to be kind of what what Labour is going for. Like Labour would love to make Keir Starmer their Merkel.
We've got
We've
another
got a
successful
gain
Greens
in
here, guys.
Newcastle, in
Blimey,
Yeah.
Ellswick.
But blimey, I think this is the first time I've seen Tom in a stream in like years.
I know,
Yeah,
it's been a nice
okay.
reunion. Do you want to read us
Oh,
the
Yeah,
that is a
um,
big green gain
yeah.
in Newcastle.
Yeah, Ellswick in Newcastle, Greens got 45% of the vote, up by 35%. Labour got 41%, down by 25%, and the Tories got 8%, down by 10%. So Greens are doing. It's another locals where the Greens are actually doing very, very well.
Oh yeah, no,
But
I think
notably in
the English
particular
Greens could do
wards,
quite well in this one.
It's like one of you had said about the Greens throwing all their resources into very specific wards and doing really big surges in just little smatterings of places.
yeah, they focus.
Yeah,
on
by the way,
polls.
we've also got the overall change in the share of the vote based on the wards in Sunderland. The Reform Party is increased their vote by 16%, and the Tories have had their vote decreased by 17% overall. So it's pretty much disastrous for them in Sunderland.
Oh, we have our first South of England result.
Oh,
Canford Cliffs in Bournemouth. Tories 62 up 10, Liberals 20 up 2, Labour 11 up 2, and Greens 6 down 2. I presume there was a candidate there that didn't stand again. But importantly, I think someone said that's basically like Bournemouth is the Florida of Britain. Like Dorset is Britain's Florida.
Yeah, as someone who's not that far away from Bournemouth, I can confirm that it's basically old country. Like, it's very, very, very old.
Absolutely nothing wrong with Florida.
I didn't say there was anything wrong with Florida. I just said it has a specific voting pattern. Old
Florida
people
used to be.
with assets
Florida
tend to
used
vote a particular way.
I presume there's
Florida used
less
to
alligators
be-
in Bournemouth.
As far as we know.
as far as we know, yeah. Florida used to be a bit old.
Apologies, I've just gone back into my house, so
no problem. We've got another Sunderland one here. I'll put that on screen. St. Peter's Ward in Sunderland. Labour 38 up 6, Conservatives 35 down 18. So Tories coming a close second in this one, but still down by nearly 20% of the vote. Reform there on 13%, no showing as previous, so up 13, and the Lib Dems and the Greens are there as well.
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any word from London yet.
Oh no.
Although
Sorry, that's my
interesting-
time living. I've spent such a long time living away from the south now that I've adopted the rest of the country's feeling towards London.
That should be
Going,
nuked.
Oh, we've not heard from London. Oh, what a shame.
No, as in, I thought they might have started counting, and there might be some sort of indicative stuff. Although I did see that Rishi Sunak refused to comment on whether or not he voted for the Conservative candidate for mayor.
Joking.
Well, to be fair, this is the same election that Boris Johnson was turned away because he didn't have any ID.
Oh, well, it's fine
he
if Rishi
tried to
didn't.
prove it. He tried to prove it with the fucking envelope. He had an envelope with his name and address on it, but not a valid form of ID. He's over 60, isn't he? Surely he has a bus pass.
Oh, it was in
over
Oxfordshire
age
he was voting.
But to be
Yeah,
fair, I
if
can't
you
blame
want-
Rishi Sunak for not saying he's voted for the Tory candidate, because I think there's quite a few Tory candidates in this election who wouldn't say that they back Sunak either. So,
Oh, sorry, Boris Johnson isn't 60 yet. He's 60 in June. But I thought he might well have actually had a retire, like an over 60s entitlement card or something, or even just a passport or a drive. I don't know if he can drive. He seems too perpetually sozzled to know how to drive.
I've just had a giant Eric Pickles appear on my screen.
That's always
I
fun.
think he was too used to driving in like cars that carry him since he used to be such a big shot.
Badger Army in the chat says, I think the winners of tonight are the smaller parties, aka the Lib Dems, Greens, Reform, but not the Conservatives. They are the massive losers tonight. Taper E says Sadiq is on for a 10-point win. NA says, when does everyone think the general election will be? My guess is most likely October. There's a question to ask the panel then, because, received wisdom is in the autumn. However, I keep hearing about possibilities of Sunak going early in the summer. But to be fair, a few months ago, I kept hearing about possibilities of it happening in the spring. I've heard about possibilities of it happening at any time up until the point where that time has elapsed and then it doesn't happen. Do all
It's
of you
one of
still
those
think
things
it's like
that-
in the autumn?
It depends on
I
how
think
badly
that
the Tories do.
I think that he's going to make the same mistake that Gordon Brown did, and he's going to wait to the very end in January of 2025 to have an election.
Well, I think it depends on how badly the Tories do. If they do so badly that then they have their internal sort of row and maybe try to remove him, or have a fight about it, and Sunak survives, he'll hang on till January. I think that's possibly the most likely. And then if the Tories don't do quite that bad, although I can't believe how they would be able to not do that bad, looking at how things are going so far, then maybe he might. If there's any kind of indication that the Tories do a little bit better, like say he's able to do something in the next 6 months to get the Tories creeping back over 25%, he might call an election in the autumn. It's just one of those things where it depends how suicidal the Tory party is. It is now all in the discretion of the Prime Minister, but Rishi Sunak seems like the kind of person that could be convinced to do something if enough people shout at him.
I feel like a lot of his hopes are being pinned on the Rwanda policy at the moment. I feel like he's really hoping that, now that it's finally been pushed through by effectively legislating to say ignore anything that says you shouldn't send people to Rwanda.
And what I noticed is that
once they actually start getting some flights sent off, then people, some of the base that might have gone to reform will go, oh look, the Rwanda, the boats are going to be stopped, so I guess we'll vote Tory again.
Yeah, that might get the Tories up to 25%. The thing is, I noticed that the people have started to do like more direct action to disrupt the removal vans. I remember there was an attempt in Glasgow where basically a crowd of people attempted to stop someone getting in a van years ago. They've tried to do again. I think there was a whole thing today or yesterday about a removal, like a deportation van that had its tires slashed.
Okay, so it was
by people attempting to stop the person from being deported, or at least taken to a holding cell with the expectation of being deported. I think it's one of those things where the policy will potentially start to function in the sense that they will actually deport people to Rwanda, but it will be a very small number of people, some of whom will be paid to go there like the first guy was. Then you will see mounting direct action to stop the policy from continuing.
I think that the policy doesn't exist in any realistic way as a means of removing the numbers of people coming here, because it just as a proportion
purely
as
a
cost,
rubric.
it's just impossible. But I think the idea is supposed to be its deterrent value, isn't it? They're kind of going, if we get a few flights off, then maybe these people think twice before they come here and end up in Rwanda. But
I don't think it will have.
It totally remains.
I think it's pretty much wasted too much money on something that's not gonna deter people from going to the UK.
We have
people are still.
We have loads of them coming to our office all the time, asking us to chase the Home Office for their asylum application, and most of them, for the most part, are just economic migrants that have applied for asylum in Norway and Scandinavian countries and been told to sod off. You get the odd ones from
a lot of people come to
Sudan
Britain because we speak English.
They don't speak English. Most of them don't speak English. The Afghanistani ones do. All the ones from Afghanistan speak English.
Yeah, but what I mean is that in general, one of the reasons why people settle in or attempt to get into settle in Britain is because if there's a language they know anything of that is like a European language, some of them will know French. But a lot of people are coming from countries that were previously part of the British Empire. They might have some very basic English skills, if any. The point is, it is the most attractive option in many ways, just because it's the one that's most accessible in terms of language.
By the way, Swiss, I'm just about to log. By the way, Swiss, I'm just about to log in with my laptop instead of my phone, so I'm just gonna sign out here and join on the Chrome. If that's all right?
Yeah, no problem. I'll add you back in. I just want to read very
We
quickly. NA has said we have the change so far since 2021. Obviously, this is very early days of the night, but nonetheless, so far, NA says it's Labour up 4%, Conservatives down 15%, Lib Dems up 1%, and Greens up 5%. Is there do you have any stats there for Reform UK? NA, are they included within that, or is there just no change for Reform? Because I'd imagine it would probably be up, but that's what we've got.
we've got another result from North Jesmond, Newcastle upon Tyne
Yeah.
result.
Oh, yeah.
Lib Dems up by 12, 48%. Labour is 33 down to 5, and then Greens are 12 and Tories are down by 5%. Newcastle's quite interesting because it seems like Newcastle seems to be gaining a lot from the third party. So the Greens and the Lib Dems are doing quite well there, and Labour and Tory doing quite poorly. So I kind of wonder what's happened in Newcastle for Greens and Lib Dems to do so well there.
I think it might be some of these might be more of the voters that have become a bit more deluded with Starmer, so they're just trying to vote against whatever they can find.
Maybe they're more politically engaged on other issues. Maybe there's local factors, but yeah.
I should probably be able to offer some window into this, given my proximity to Newcastle, but I can't tell you off the top of my head whether there's anything to do with the Labour Council there. But obviously, I wonder maybe whether there's an extension of the Jamie Driscoll effect a little bit. That you've got your North Tyneside mayor who is, not allowed to stand as Labour, and then some of the voters go, "Oh, we like that Jamie Driscoll guy. Well, fuck you this time, Labour."
Mm-hmm.
You never know.
It could be a backlash to the fact that Jamie Driscoll was essentially cheated out of his Labour candidacy, so it may be a backlash to that, perhaps.
By the way, Swiss, in terms of like when African elections are going to be called, I think it's likely in autumn around October. But if there's like an attempt to oust Sunak, you might try and call one in July.
Gotcha. Yeah. That's what. That's the other thing that I have heard that Sunak had been sort of briefing that if anyone tried to make any moves against him, he'd call a sudden general election as a means to quash that, because you can't have a Tory leadership contest when there's a general election campaign.
Oh, you very much can.
I would love to see it. I would love to see that.
Thing, right? It is true that if the Prime Minister decided to call an election, even if he was in the process of if Tory MPs did try to remove the Prime Minister and he was like, "I will call an election if you try to remove me," that doesn't stop the Tory MPs from removing him, and it also doesn't stop the Prime Minister from calling an election.
The two things are
Graham Brady would stop them though.
Yeah, the thing is that the moment the Prime Minister goes out to the lectern and says he's calling a general election is when they back down.
Well, Graham Brady would lie about the amount of letters he's got.
Yeah.
Like a Grove. Greens.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Right. Okay. Big result for the Greens there. 56% up 42. Labour, 35% down 22. Conservatives down 17. Lib Dems down a couple points. Yeah. So there really is something going on in Newcastle at the moment, because we've had a handful of wards now where the Greens have made pretty significant gains off of Labour.
Out of curiosity, Swiss, any of these areas have a large Muslim population?
You know what? I was just going to get onto that, because I had been wondering whether any of this might be the Gaza effect a little bit, because there was a pretty substantial. I mean, I know that this has been going on in quite a lot of cities, so I'm not saying it's intrinsic to Newcastle, but there was a pretty substantial protest that I saw a couple months back. I mean, it was that was a long chain of people that took a very long time to go past, all the way down Northumberland High Street in Newcastle.
I've just seen a
Gaza
tweet from someone from the New Statesman who says the Ellswick ward, which the Greens gained 35% of the vote and gained from Labour, that ward has Newcastle Central Mosque in.
Right, I
Oh yeah,
see.
I could see that happening. Yeah, I suppose that's something we've not really thought about. Is that Muslim voters don't really want to vote Labour at the moment.
Yeah, I think I even
Yeah.
ran into I think I even ran into someone that's from Palestine without canvassing.
I mean, I'd read a little bit in the news about the possibility that Labour might be losing some of their Muslim voters, but this seems to be the first sort of electoral evidence then of that happening now.
Yeah.
Obviously, maybe Keir Starmer regrets apparently misspeaking, as he put it, when he said, "Yeah, you can absolutely cut off food and water and power to Gaza.
It's like
international crime."
that's arguably
it-
probably the biggest gaffe he's had since the Tories have had all their scandals. Because it's like you say you misheard it, but you took days just to even respond to it. By then, everyone has just made assumptions of what you've just said, and it's pretty much too late to take back. It's like
It's one of those things where maybe supporting a genocide is going to have some electoral consequences.
well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
if it's
shock horror.
wanting to support Israel so strongly that you certainly want to put some nice clear space between you and the anti-Semitism scandals of the past, but accidentally suggesting massive breaches of human rights and murdering.
As a human rights lawyer.
As a human rights lawyer. Whoops.
Yeah, it's pretty much why I think speaking of that, if like Biden loses the US election, it's because he pretty much alienated so many people on the Gaza situation.
To be honest, I think the thing is that both Joe Biden and Donald Trump don't really know where they are anymore. I don't know how much Biden's actively like, I am backing Israel to the hilt. I think it's more like, I just want to eat my ice cream and have a nap.
Well, I think the problem with Biden is I think the Gaza issue is just one of cascading issues that he's been facing for the past year. Like today, he recently came out with what might be a gaffe or might not be a gaffe, where he lumped the four countries of India, Japan, Russia, and China in the same camp and branded them all as xenophobic. Now, it's interesting that you would lump India and Japan in with Russia and China when you want India and Japan on your side in order to combat Russian and Chinese influence. Not
It doesn't
even
matter
getting
whether
in.
or not they're xenophobic, but you're
Well,
only
I did
supposed to
see
say
a
the ones you
thing
don't like are
where
xenophobic.
representatives in the US Senate did describe all of the, you know how the encampments at US universities, a representative, like a senator, like an advocate for a group of senators, came out to a press conference and described all US universities with campus protests as little Gazas, and described supporters of a peace deal and supporters of the Palestinian state. What was it like? Freaks, fundamentalists, terrorists, all that sort of thing. And another thing that was pointed out at that is that the US did recently pass a piece of legislation that said that criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism. Conflating Israel and Jewish people is the case that there is no separation between the Jewish people and Israel. So like, yeah, the United States is kind of, I mean, having a normal one is kind of one way of putting it. The United States has got Israeli brain disease. Like honestly,
I've noticed.
it's one of those things where you just feel like this would sound extreme if it was coming out of like Kadyrov's in Chechnya's mouth. You saying shit like this.
What I
I've
would say
noticed
is
that there was a sort of a bit of a transition with the noises coming out of the United States. In that, do you remember that week where I think there'd been a bombing of aid workers in Gaza?
Yeah, it was.
And there was a big sort of international. Yes, and there was a big sort of international backlash to it. But then within a day or so, you then had the escalation between Israel and Iran. So I think that you had the US kind of suddenly calling on Israel quite a bit, but then the moment Iran fully came into the picture, they sort of backed Israel to the hilt again because then the focus became less about the sort of humanitarian thing in Gaza, and then it became also about the geopolitics of, oh, well, hang on a minute, Israel might be butchering all these people, but hold on, we really don't like Iran, so we need to stick up with Israel against Iran.
Yeah, that same senator described US student protesters as basically all scions of the Ayatollah.
Yeah, what I would say is just going back to the countries thing quickly, because Little Red Robin 108 here said, in a way, he's not wrong about them being xenophobic countries, but I agree with Tom, it doesn't mean you should say it when you want to work with them. But the thing is he's not even accurate when he describes them in that way, because the only one where he may be somewhat accurate in is China, but for the other three, he isn't accurate at all. India has been inviting in a lot of guest workers from Myanmar and Thailand to supplement labour shortages in southern India because of migration from southern India to northern India.
You're not suggesting that India isn't xenophobic towards Pakistan?
Well, every country has rivalries, and of course they are towards
I will
them.
say that I had thought Japan had a general reputation for that, though. That like they've got this massive aging population, but the one thing they don't want to do is bring in more immigrants to fill in the jobs that people are too old for, because they
That was
the
case up until a few years ago, but ever since like 2019, they've begun to realize that they need some degree of immigration to deal with the aging population, which is why the Japanese government this year, about 3 weeks ago, said that they planned to bring in around 880,000 migrant workers from Southeast Asia over the next 5 years to supplement labour shortages.
Fair point.
You
can't expect Joe Biden to keep up with current events.
Yeah, just to get back to the elections, another massive green win.
Wait, just quickly before we go on to that, because I just want to quickly address. But the most ridiculous example out of all four of those is Russia, because Russia has 6 million foreign workers living in the country, with most of them coming from Central Asian countries like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. And Russia is one of the most ethnically diverse countries in the world, with 70% of its population not being Slavic, and the remaining 30% of the population is non-Slavic. So calling Russia xenophobic is bizarre, to say the least.
In fact,
and by the way, just quick. And this isn't to say that these four countries don't have any problems with xenophobia. They definitely do. But to brand them all with that broad brush, especially when if you take into account the total population of these countries is half of humanity, the total human population is beyond ludicrous from a US president, to put it bluntly.
I was just going to say that, from my understanding.
Hang on. Let John wanted to come in, and then after John, we'll do the local results.
I was just going to add from what Tom was saying, from what I particularly watched from TLDR News, is that Russia is actually one of the Putin has a very liberal kind of policy on immigration, so much that it annoys some of the nationalists. The only time we had really any debacle is when I think you had those terrorist attacks in Moscow, I think, about a month or two ago. But yeah, so what Tom is saying probably seems very accurate. Sorry, Colombia. I believe you wanted to talk about a green victory.
Oh, I was just going to say Biker in Newcastle, Greens 56, up 42%.
We talked about Biker earlier.
Yeah, and
come on, Joe Biden. Japan's not racist anymore.
Another few have come in. It just seemed to be this interesting trend in Newcastle is continuing. That just Labour is really not doing well in Newcastle.
I'm looking forward to seeing what my ward has. Saint Mary's, North Tyneside.
Let's see.
Also,
I'm just
Broxbourne is done.
Let's see. I'm just taking a
No
look from
change.
the actual Google thing, and it seems Labour has neither done any gains or losses. Tories are down 7, Lib Dems up 1, Greens up 3, and Independents up 3. I mean, granted, it's still early night, but it's like but yeah, it's like
I've got that on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is interesting. After all the gains and whatnot that we've seen, Labour at this early stage currently on no change overall. They've had some churn, some up and some down, but the Tories have lost about a third of what they've defended. Good night for the Greens so far.
Yeah. Let's see. Greens and Independents tied for the most gains. Is that RA supposed to be reform?
Residents associations, I think the RA is.
Yeah, which is kind of, I think, any kind of organised independent movement. Like, as in, if it's like a localist party or a residents association or a group, like an organised group of independents, they're kind of all counted under RA. Also, I do like that Reform doesn't actually have a thing here.
No, but I mean,
no one expects them to win any seats.
Well, they've got no councillors apparently in any of the. Oh no, hang on, that's from results that have come in. Oh, okay, I don't know then. I'm trying to think of what their presence was prior to this. Then browse all council results. Can I see all of the parties? See the full results? Yeah, no, the minor parties don't usually get a listing on here. Reform's got one at the very bottom.
Yeah,
but I think there's other minor parties that wouldn't be
bottom,
listed.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, the Liberal
Yorkshire.
Party or the SDP or whoever, you know.
I did see Yorkshire. There's some elections in is it South Yorkshire?
Yes,
Like,
there's elections in South
in-
Yorkshire for the mayor and other positions.
Okay, just got a bit of an update with Labour -1, Cons -9, Lib Dems +1, Independents +6, Greens +3.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
because
okay.
Labour's doing very badly in Newcastle and are suffering as a result of it.
Well, we have full results for Sunderland now. Labour 18 up 6, Conservatives 3 down 5.
Oh, is this full results now?
Yeah, I
Hang
think
on.
that's the complete results for Labour and Sunderland.
Let me
From
click on
Election
this
Maps
on-
UK.
All right. Well, I'm on the BBC thing and I can screen share detailed results here. They've got 25 of 25 declared in Sunderland. So Sunderland is all finished now. Labour have won 18 in this set of elections, up 6, which gives them 53 overall. The Liberal Democrats have won 4 in this election, down 1, which gives them 12 overall, and the Conservatives have won 3 in this election, down 5, which gives them 10 overall. So Labour have pretty strong control of the council, but yeah, there we are. So three Tory councillors left in Sunderland.
Question: is there any Workers' Party standing in these locals?
Some of them will be, I imagine. Yeah,
Probably, yeah.
I
If
think
Galloway wants to keep his grift going.
Yeah,
nearly every seat in Rochdale Council. I think.
Yeah. but
Oh,
it's like guys, I'm not sure if any of you saw that let's see, cricket player that was standing in one of the seats, and because I saw an interview with him in Times Radio, and
I had heard about that.
Yeah, and he had no idea what his stance was on NATO.
He said
yeah.
NATO is the reason we can't control our borders.
Yeah, he literally made
Yeah.
it like an immigration issue.
Yeah, he did that, and he also said that he didn't know anything about the Gaza situation, and instead, I just leave all the foreign policy stuff to George. And it's like, you joined a
Yeah, I bet you
party that the entire point of which is to focus entirely on foreign affairs, and you don't have a clue about foreign affairs. Why did
Also,
you join this party again?
I have an update on the Blackpool expectations
Oh yeah.
after 3 a.m. So I am going to call it a night in a few minutes. I was kind
Yeah,
of waiting to see if maybe the Blackpool result might come out by about 2-ish, but no, if it's more than an hour away, fuck that.
Yeah, I think this is probably a good point for me to say then. That given that we've been streaming for 4 odd hours, and as you know that I would love to be here all night because I do whenever I get the chance stay off all night for these things. But I start work at 8 o'clock in the morning, so I'm going to have to go just so I can get a bit of sleep.
Okay, so Swiss, when should we expect the next stream to be on?
Next stream will be tomorrow, late tomorrow afternoon, early tomorrow evening, probably sometime. That's the best idea I can give you.
So what, like 1, 2, 3 to like 6 or something?
Right. Well, I finish work at 2 tomorrow. I've got an early start, but I've got an early finish as well, which is nice. So I finish work at 2, but I will have to see how I am when I finish work, whether I want to come back in and stream straight away or whether I want to grab another hour or two sleep and then get up and stream. But so let's say sort of late afternoon, early evening, round about that kind of time.
Okay.
We'll probably stream again and start catching up some more. So let's try and recap just a little bit before we go. So obviously it is very early days in this set of elections. We've had a few of our councillor results in. We've had the whole of Sunderland Council, but obviously we've got all of our mayoral elections to go. We've got the London Assembly. We've got the by-election in Blackpool. So there's plenty more to be looking forward to here. Early impressions from the night, albeit most of our results have come in mainly from the northeast. Is that Conservatives having a bad time of it. Reform have certainly been making up a good bit of ground, pushing the Tories into third in certain wards. Labour seems to be having
Cactus flashlight.
Yes, thank you.
Tories.
Cactus flashlight. Cactus, I'm gonna be lying in bed trying to get off to sleep, and the only things that are going to be flashing through my mind are the words cactus flashlight and fascist runes over and over again.
Okay, fair enough. And you were, but anyway,
And,
Swiss, you were saying about Labour?
Sorry for interrupting.
Yes. So I'd say that Labour's had a strong showing. Obviously, certain wards in Newcastle have not done too well, but I expect, based off of what we've seen, Tories are going to continue to have fairly bad losses. Labour is probably going to make some gains overall. Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what the results are by the time I wake up in the morning. But, and the Greens are having a good time of it as well. The Lib Dems, so-so.
A bit of a question. What do you think would happen if Labour actually had a net loss of council seats by the end of this?
I'd be quite surprised. I'd be quite surprised if they had a net loss of council seats.
I just don't think that's mathematically possible considering what's going on at the moment.
Yeah, I'll preface by saying that I don't think that will happen. But if we're going to do like a little hypothetical scenario, if it happened, my guess would be that it would be them losing out support to a bunch of left-wing parties or anti-establishment parties, either over Gaza or over just not being radical enough anymore. So other people picking up the slack, but to be honest, as much as that I think is happening to small degrees here and there, Labour's overall vote share is just it's so solid and up at the moment that they can't do anything but gain ground. Really, they're not going to gain to the same level that the Tories lose, but I think Labour will still have some decent enough gains to show for it by the end of all this.
Fair enough.
All right. Any final thoughts, predictions, etc. before we go? And I'll just say to the dear viewers as well, thank you to all of you for joining us. Apologies to those comments that I didn't read, but I got some of them done at the very least. And please drop us a like on the way out as well. Right. So yeah. Any last thoughts, guys?
From what I can tell, let's see, the third parties are probably going to do a lot better than I think some expected. Labour's probably not going to do as well as some expect, but still probably decent enough. The Tories,
likely to do as badly as people predicted, though maybe not as bad. But and Reform, it seems like that is going to be a bit of a threat for the Conservatives come next general election. But yeah, but I pretty much expect the Labour to win all the mayor elections except for maybe one. But that's just about it. And police crime commissioners, I think, will probably be more in Labour and Lib Dems' favour.
Right. Anybody else? And in the meanwhile, I'll just leave the viewers with this image of the Sunderland Council 2021 versus 2024.
I'm starting to think having a bet on the Tories having less than 50 seats after the next GE is a wise move.
Oh. You know what I really wish
thing
I'd
that
done?
could be taken into account with that Sunderland result as well is that when the 2021 result happened, there were real talks that Labour could lose Sunderland Council to no overall control, which was seen as like completely historic. And now they've basically got a definitive complete hold over Sunderland, and the Tories have been significantly reduced, which really shows you how badly the Tories have done over the sort of inter-election period, and how Labour has managed to gain quite a bit of comeback off of the various crises that have occurred in the past 3 years.
Yeah, it's amazing how much quickly Labour's managed to recover because of just how much the Tories keep screwing up with all these crises they cause upon themselves.
It's not just that, though.
Sunderland
As
is
well.
red again. Nature is healing.
It's there's no Tory activists left. There's so few of them, and
I mean, you were our token Tory for a long amount of time, and now you're not a Tory activist anymore.
I stood in Newcastle on the Lyme Council in 22 for them, and I campaigned a lot for them in 22. And then last year, I just stood as a paper candidate in Cheshire East. And this year, I couldn't even be bothered doing my postal vote for one of my elections for them.
I think that's quite telling, really, isn't it?
I would have voted for Andy Burnham had I remembered to do my postal vote as well.
King of the North. Last couple of comments I want to read then. Tapery says, get some rest, guys. Thanks, everyone. And NA says, thanks for the stream, Swiss. So thank you. Thank you very much to all of you guys who've joined us for this. And yeah, as I say, catch us again tomorrow. Whoever wants to be around to join, late afternoon, early evening, we'll check back in and see where the results are at once we've got a hell of a lot more. And then in all likelihood, we'll be doing a stream again on Saturday to sort of wrap things up, and maybe even on Sunday. Maybe you'll get me streaming 4 days in a row for once.
Out of curiosity, what time likely on Saturday?
I couldn't tell you. I'll have a better idea on Friday, and I can tell you what time on Saturday. All right, no worries. Right, thanks very much, guys. I'll catch you all later on.
All right, see you later.